Let's play the clip and get it over with so we can start our breakdown.
Rocked multiple cities across Iran, including its capital, Tehran. Videos from Tehran show smoke. You see it here billowing over the city. And now we're getting reports of explosions in Gulf Arab countries hosting U.S. military bases. Live look now at Abu Dhabi, where explosions were reported, in addition to Bahrain and Qatar. A video now of an explosion in Bahrain. Officials say a missile hit the service center of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in the country. These strikes happened barely a day after the latest round of indirect nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. And sources tell CNN the U.S. military is planning for these attacks to last for days. Israel said the same, and both President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are now calling for regime change.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for.
So we're risking our life to get them back their government that they never lost. They never asked for none of this. I'm going to break down the agenda behind all this, but I'm going to let y'all hear from the CNN first.
For generations.
Iran media reported just hours ago that Iran already launched dozens of ballistic missiles at Israel. And Qatari officials say that Qatar already intercepted 2 Iranian missiles, indicating Iran is carrying out that plan to retaliate. And our team is up and covering this breaking story from around the world. We'll get to Zach Cohen and Elena Treen in just a moment. But I want to start with CNN's Jeremy Diamond first. He's in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, have any of the Iron Dome intercepted any of those missiles? Is there a timing on when those might arrive?
Well, we certainly know that Iran has already fired a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel. We had sirens going off not only here in Tel Aviv, but also in Jerusalem, in northern Israel, in southern Israel, pretty much Israelis everywhere across the country, millions heading to bomb shelters.
Somebody said I'm playing the video too fast. I can follow this, man. And I don't hear no too many complaints, so I'll keep it going, but I hope it ain't too fast.
As those ballistic missiles came in, it does appear that there were several intercepts. We have not yet gotten reports of any actual impact as a result of those ballistic missiles. But all of this kicked off this morning around 8:15 a.m. local time. Israelis were woken to the sound of sirens, not announcing incoming missiles, but rather alerting Israelis to this new state of emergency that is in place as Israel announced that it had struck targets in Iran. We then quickly learned that it was not just Israel, but that these are joint strikes carried out by the United States and the Israeli militaries targeting a range of targets inside of Iran. I'm told that there were dozens of targets that were struck by both militaries. We have been watching, of course, for weeks now as the United States has been carrying out this enormous military buildup in the region, but simultaneously a diplomatic track was taking place. But this morning, that diplomatic track was completely cast aside in favor of this military action by the United States and Israel. We heard from President Trump making clear that this is not just about going after Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs, but setting the conditions for regime change. And we have heard similar comments as well from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We know now that Israel...
It's all the same story. They got nuclear weapons and we got to stop them because they're going to kill themselves and the whole world. Ever since I've been a child, that's been the excuse. We got to disarm them. They're working on nuclear weapons. That's our excuse to go over there. People say, well, the Iranians were protesting to America to help us get the regime change going. But think about this, right? Don't you know that our news stations are showing you the protest, not Iranian media outlets? So you're getting one side. Our news station can stage stuff. They can fake stuff. We got AI as well. I'm going to tell you what I believe. I believe that the majority of the Iranian people would rather not the U.S. be over there bombing the hell out of them. Did you hear what Trump just said? Trump just told the Iranian people, you know, stay in your house. There's going to be several bombs dropping in your community. All this innocent people are dying, right? And you think that these people want this kind of terror in their country? Now, we think, well, their regime is just oppressing them so much. Dude, everybody's government is oppressing them. Look at China. Why ain't we going to rescue everybody in the world? The U.S. going to put a cape on and go around the world rescuing everybody from their big bad government that's treating them bad, even though our government treating us like shit too? It don't make no sense now, do it? See, there's something to gain in it for the United States, more so for Israel. This is a Zionist agenda. It ain't got nothing to do with America. There is no America. You're in the United States of Israel, and you're in the Roman Empire is what you're in. And you'll see why I say that as we move on, but I don't want to talk too much. Let's play the video.
Israel is at a very heightened state of awareness. Most Israelis are either in their bomb shelters or very close by, awaiting the ramifications of this, as we are already watching Iran launch missiles not only here, but at other sites across the Middle East. Victor?
Jeremy Diamond for us there in Tel Aviv. We will get back to you in just a few moments. President Trump is monitoring the strikes from his Mar-a-Lago resort, and he calls on Iranians to stand up to their government and warns the fight could put American lives in danger. He also says the U.S. has done everything it can to keep American troops safe in the region. Earlier, President Trump explained the mission behind the operation.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
All right, let's bring in CNN's Elena Treen. She's reporting from Palm Beach, Florida. Elena, the president said on Friday that he was not happy with where the talks were with Iran, and now we're seeing the consequences of that.
Absolutely, and I think you're right to point out that the context of all of this is incredibly important. We had been hearing of Victor in recent days, really in the lead up until these strikes this morning, the president saying that he wanted diplomacy. He was hoping a deal could be reached. And from all the conversations I had with people at the White House, that was sincere. But of course, at the same time, you saw the Trump administration and the president directly order the most massive military buildup in the region since essentially the 2003 war with Iraq. And so that leverage was there. And I think a lot of people were waiting to see whether the president would move on that. And of course, he did. I also found it very remarkable just to see the president in that video statement giving it and releasing it on social media, having that be the way that he delivered it. But look, there's a couple of things I took away, Victor, from those remarks from the president. One is that he said that this is going to be a massive and ongoing operations. And that comes as sources are telling our colleague Zach Cohen and I that the United States is planning for there to be several attacks or several days of attacks. This is going to be a long operation and could ultimately be, the largest military operation the president has ever overseen, including during his first term. But another moment that I found very striking as well is that he essentially and effectively called for regime change in Iran. The president said in those remarks, quote, "When we are finished, take over your government." That was a message directly to the Iranian people. "It will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations."
Now, let me explain something to y'all. What'll happen if you go up, let's say, to Chicago right now, and you kill the leader of the biggest gang, and then you tell that gang after you kill their leader, take over your government? What do you think gonna happen, y'all? That gang is gonna start killing each other. Because these regime changes suddenly, you don't allow for it to be a gradual transition of power. It's a sudden interrupted change. And what happens is when you destroy the leader and you say, okay, now y'all take back your government. What that's gonna look like is over the next couple of years in Iran, you're gonna have small conflicts between ground forces in Iran that are now galvanizing their people and selling them out to the corporate war companies that come in after the fact when it's time to clean up. After we done bombed Iran, killed their leader, there are companies that profit in the rebuilding of Iran, and then the ambassador work, which is restoring the quote unquote restoring the country, is basically rebuilding it the way we wanted to rebuild it. But at the same time, we don't want to be a whole nother government ruling over Iran. So what's going to happen when you kill the original leaders? You're going to have infighting. And what's going to come with the infighting, right, is people battling to see who's going to basically push this Zionist agenda. Because the thing about Iran, this is spiritual. This is deeper than just geopolitical. This is a holy war that's been going on for years, but we're going to touch on that in a minute. I don't want to get too ahead in the lecture. And when we go into the spiritual side of it, it'll all make sense to y'all.
That is a huge statement, particularly as really over the past year or so, ever since the president went into office for his second term, all of his top advisors were trying not to say that directly. And even though the president didn't say it directly, he came as close as he ever really has to acknowledging that one of the goals in this larger operation is to potentially see if the Iranian people can use this weakened state that the regime now finds itself in to kind of overthrow and push against the government there. So that was a remarkable thing as well. I also think it's worth pointing out, and you mentioned this, Victor, just how disappointed and frustrated the president seemed yesterday when talking about the negotiations that were going on just 2 days ago in Geneva between the president's top advisor, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, with the Iranians and intermediaries in Switzerland, saying that they did not go far enough. And what we know that the United States wanted from Iran was to, one, be very clear that they had no goals and did not want to ever make a nuclear weapon, and also that they would commit to zero enrichment of uranium, things that the president argued they were not able to get.
Now, how long we been hearing this? How old are y'all in the chat room? It's like deja vu, man. I remember when we went to Desert Storm. I remember September 11. All of this also had the underlying threat of nuclear research. So we can't really confirm if the danger is at a level that our government say. We just react to what we're told. But at the same time, we have a nuclear research department too. So you got to ask yourself, who are the policemen of who can research nuclear activity or not? I think the nuclear narrative is just a narrative we use to go into war very quickly that we know civilians ain't gonna question. The average American will take that, they'll defend it. Man, you know, they got nuclear activity. They can't prove it, and, you know, it'll justify us going on over there. I see a bunch of people putting numbers in the chat room, and I don't know why. But let me play the video, and we finna dive deep. I haven't even began my breakdown yet. We want to deal with the propaganda and lay out what's going on real quick.
Get to. And so that is what's led us to this moment. But of course, so many big questions, I think, that many Americans still have about what the future of this is going to look like. And that has been a big struggle for a lot of people I know in the White House and the top levels of the administration. There are a lot of Americans and a lot of Republicans, I should say, many members of the Republicans base who do not want the United States involved in another foreign war, and particularly a protracted, long engagement. And we've actually heard some of that pushback from members of Congress this morning making that point. And so that is going to be a crucial thing that the president and this White House needs to do moving forward, is to articulate exactly what their goal is as we move ahead in the days ahead with these operations.
Yeah, we'll expect that the recorded message that the president posted will not be the last we hear from him on justification for these strikes, considering that his promise to the American people was that there would be no new wars ahead of his 2024 re-election. Elena Trine Force there near the president's resort in Florida. We'll get back to you. Thank you. And we're getting reports of dozens of explosions across the Gulf, including Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, all home to major U.S. bases. A senior official in Qatar says that the country intercepted 2 Iranian missiles fired toward its territory. Let's bring in now CNN's Zach Cohen. Zach, what have you learned?
Yeah, Victor, U.S. officials really only describing the retaliatory strikes by Iran as an active situation. But as you mentioned, it does appear that multiple U.S. bases in the region have been targeted in response to this ongoing U.S.-Israeli operation targeting the Iranian government, it seems. And look, this is a risk and a potential threat that Donald Trump was well aware of before he ordered this ongoing operation targeting Iran, which he says is intended to carry out effectively regime change, or to facilitate regime change. He was very concerned about the potential risk to U.S. forces in the region, and even even alluded to that in his video message, saying and acknowledging in a very frank way that this operation could result in U.S. casualties. And we've reported previously that that was a major concern of Donald Trump's top general, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, that he voiced concerns about the potential for U.S. casualties ahead of this operation. But still, obviously, that concern not outweighing what Donald Trump says that he wants to carry out here, and that is to encourage the Iranian people to rise up and take back their government. But we've also reported that there is not really a clear indication inside the U.S. government of what would come next, even if they can successfully facilitate regime change in Iran. So while we know that this
and what's going to come next is that whole plan that Trump had, you know, with the Gaza Strip, with the whole we're building Zion. And Zion is a kingdom that Israel has been trying to build since the 40s. At this time, I'm going to hop into my breakdown because it's so much we got to go into. It's so much lies I just heard. So, again, I'm coming from a spiritual perspective because all of this is spiritual. Is the world heading toward World War III? Or are we witnessing a worldwide consciousness shift? Both. The world is not just entering a time of war and conflict externally. This is a collective spiritual shift and an identity crossroads that we have arrived at. The world stage today feels louder, faster, and more chaotic than at any other point in recent memory, and media cycles keep humanity locked in a constant stream of reaction. And that's why I chose to take a different route today. Because these media cycles, they don't allow for us to critical think, see the spiritual shift, and they only allow for us to react and pick sides, stay divisive. We ain't gonna do that here today. We ain't falling for the media cycles. Okay, so beneath the noise of geopolitics and headlines, something deeper is happening inside the human spirit. Every day, millions of people are being pulled into emotional battles that slowly reshape who they are. People who once saw themselves simply as human beings begin to shrink their identity into labels like Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, nationalist, activist. The soul becomes wrapped in political costumes. The mind becomes conditioned to react rather than reflect. Stay with me, people. When a person lives in reaction mode, they slowly lose connection with their deeper identity. Their thoughts become responses to headlines. Their emotions become reactions to narratives. And their sense of self becomes tied to different groups that constantly demand loyalty. The world around us begins shaping a version of us that it wants to exist. A version fueled by fear. A version fueled by scarcity, competition, and endless division. In this state, people become predictable. They become easier to control, easier to guide, and easier to manipulate through emotional triggers. But what many people fail to realize is that this external chaos mirrors an ancient spiritual conflict that has always existed within humanity. The spiritual battle of Armageddon is often imagined as a physical war between armies on the earth. Yet, the deeper interpretation suggests something far more profound. Armageddon is not merely a battlefield in the outside world. It is a battlefield within the individual human consciousness. People, this is so important, right? This is so important. All the events unfolding on the world stage are, in many ways, reflections of the inner turmoil manifesting within the collective human consciousness. The conflicts we see between nations, ideologies, and systems mirror the unrest, confusion, and division that exists within the human mind itself on a collective level at this time. And as I get deep into this, you're going to see why it's that way, why the collective energy has arrived to this point, what the planetary alignments and all that mean, how it backs me up with all of this. Let me give a shout out to Hydrogen. Appreciate the donation. As the collective psyche wrestles with fear, identity, and uncertainty, those same tensions inevitably surface in the external world, shaping the events that dominate our headlines and define our era. This is why a lot of ancient people said, as within, so without, as above, so below. You can't be into astrology and deny what I'm saying, right? You can't really be into the Bible and deny the fact that the stars are for signs and to tell us exactly where we at spiritually as a collective. And that's what I'll be breaking down today. Let me give a shout out to Data Wayman. If you're here and you're listening to me right now, please like and share the video. This is going to be so informative, so deep, a spiritual perspective for spiritual people, not the shallow stuff we all know. So check this out, because there's a lot going on in the world people ain't going to talk about. It's more than what's on the surface. You immortal spiritual beings. Let me talk to that part of you. So check this out, right? Many ancient traditions also believe that these inner and outer conflicts were reflected in the heavens above, like I was just saying. So think about this. We just bombed Iran on the same day that there was a planetary alignment. And right after that, there was a blood moon eclipse. Something is going on clearly here. We can't keep calling it a coincidence. But let's read on. We're going to talk about that in a minute. For thousands of years, civilizations watched the sky and recorded how major events on Earth unfolded near significant planetary alignments and celestial cycles. In this view, astrology was never simply about predicting personal fortunes. It was about reading the larger rhythms of the collective consciousness. When powerful alignments occur, they symbolize periods when humanity's internal tensions rise to the surface and manifest as major turning points in history. The stars, in this sense, become a symbolic clock of human consciousness, marking moments when the collective mind enters phases of conflict, transformation, and awakening. This is crazy. Watch this. As above, so below. The moments in the heavens mirror the movements within the human spirit, reminding us that the chaos we witness on Earth is part of a larger cosmic rhythm pushing humanity toward deeper awareness. I'm going to say that again. As above, so below. The movements in the heavens mirror the movements within the human spirit, reminding us that the chaos we witness on Earth is part of a larger cosmic rhythm pushing humanity toward deeper awareness. In that same symbolic language of the heavens, many people see powerful celestial events as reminders. Many people see these cosmic celestial events as reminders of the inner work that humanity must do. And I'm gonna expound on all of this too. But let's read this, because this is all original research that I made for y'all. So check this out. When rare planetary alignments occur near blood moon eclipses, the imagery itself feels like a message written across the sky. Alignment above reflects the need for alignment within. Just as the planets fall into order, we are reminded to bring our own energies into balance, to center ourselves, and to harmonize the deeper forces within our body and mind. Think about this, people. Let me just skip for a minute and show y'all something, but let me read this last sentence. In many spiritual traditions, this is described as aligning the chakras, restoring balance between the physical, emotional, and spiritual aspects of the self. So in other words, nature can't allow for stagnation. The version of yourself who you've been, right, before this alignment, we're basically at a fork in the road where there's two yous. It's like a cell splitting at this time, where the old you is like a snake shedding its skin, and you're gonna have the choice: do you want to keep being who you was before this shift, Or do you want to transform and restore back who you truly are? Because it's like, it's two versions of ourselves. It's the version that we're going to be reacting and responding to what happens on the world stage. That what feed the instinctive version of us, or the fight or flight version. The version that's constantly reading, some taking it hook, line, sinker, and going crazy. And saying anyone that question this thing is a conspiracy theory, right? That version right there is the puppet version of you. The reason it's the puppet version is because it's not proactive, it's reactive. It's the version of you that heard some news and reacted to it. You're molding your identity based upon stories that may or may not be true. They're often not true because the world is a stage and the people on that stage are acting out a script. We're going to talk about that in a minute. The script they're acting out, everyone who believes in that script will respond accordingly, and your actions can be predicted. Everyone who don't believe in the script or question the script, they will be outcasted. So there's two versions of yourself. There's one that's conforming to where we about to head and where we about to go, because all of this war that we see happening is more than, we don't really hate Iran. The people at the top are all friendly. But the thing is this right here is all to implement new strategies and systems for the people at the bottom, right? Because there is an awakening happening right now. There is a lot of questioning. And when that stuff start to happen, they have to really double down on the chaos and confusion, because we stop looking at the chaos. When we start waking up, we know there's a lot of chaos in the world, but we stop focusing on it a moment and we start asking deeper questions about, are we in a simulation? Is there life after death? These are the questions that they're really at war with. The war of Armageddon ain't got nothing to do with World War III with nations. It got something to do with good versus evil, those who questioning the lies and those who aren't. And the people in power is going to do all kind of tricks on the stage. The more we stop paying attention to them and start asking these deeper questions. And as you can see, we are entering a time of huge awakening. Tartaria, free energy, flat earth, you name it. We're at a very mature place right now when it comes to questioning our way at the box. And that ain't true for the majority, but it's scary if you're a person in power and you got these huge movements of people just, they're cracking the code. So when they see these awakening moments, that's when big chaotic moments always take place, and it always happen with major alignments. Think about that. When these alignments are taking place, people are looking at the sky and they're seeing divine order. And they don't want us to look at the sky and see that the universe is perfect and divine and start asking those questions I was telling you about. Is the universe intelligently designed? Is the Big Bang really the truth? Because look at this beautiful alignment that happened. People see the blood moon eclipse and they say, well, it's passing through the earth's shadow. When did shadows become red like blood? These are things that even in the Bible, it said a moon will turn red like blood. But this is all synonymous with a time of revelation. People are waking up. It's the same earth, but it's a different time. People are asking different questions. They're connecting different dots they didn't see. That's a big threat, and it's a red flag that let the people in power know we need to go to the next shift of our power grid, because the current one has been outgrown. And so the more we wake up, the more authoritative they get and police us in a more tyrannical way, take away more rights. See, we realize we never had freedom of speech and all that, because you can say whatever you want long as you ain't telling the truth, because that's what even got Jesus crucified, right? So the whole thing is, the more we wake up in this Aquarian age, the more that the beast will have to reveal itself and combat that awakening. But it won't be directly. It'll be in distraction tactics to where when we're seeking inner calm, inner peace, whereas the heavens is showing us perfect peace and balance, on the ground, they're going to be showing us chaos. So during the time where we supposed to be looking up, seeing divine order, they taken us away from that and got us looking down, seeing chaos, because they're really at war with the heavens. That's why every time these major alignments happen, is some big bullshit taking place. Because they know during these alignments are spiritual times that reactivate that part of us that is dormant, that ain't asking questions. So let's give a shout out to Young Jay on the day 77-year-old. On the day 77-year-old Israel attacks Iran, Jewish Potts John Shire leads Duke to a win with 77 exact points. Is all a script. You better believe it. Was there another donation before I move forward? We have a goal set. Appreciate everyone. I think we got 1 of 10 of the goal. I didn't see the person who sent that goal in. And I'll be pulling up your name here in a minute. Sorry about that, but yeah. All of these alignments are synonymous with major events. It's because if they don't do nothing, let's just say during these alignments, it's a peaceful, regular day, a regular, peaceful old time. People will have so much time to go out with their telescopes and ask questions and plan for the alignment and just talk about it, right? If ain't no other narrative going on during the time of the alignment, then the most important, powerful topic would be the alignment. And what these alignments will force us to talk about is, do you think the Big Bang is real? Because look at how precise the math is and how the heavens are aligning, saying that maybe the earth is intelligently designed. And the people in power don't want us to know we're in a Truman Show simulation. And there are certain times where the stars let us know that we're in a simulation. And that's during these alignments, because the math too perfect for the Big Bang to be true. And during these times, they got to say, no, look over here, look over here. Don't look up there. Even if they had to start a war, these people are scared. The sky is revealing their lies, y'all. Let me tell you something. These people scared of the heavens. The heavens is condemning their lies. For those who looking up at the sky and know what they're seeing during these alignments, it's a testament that we're being lied to. These people biggest fears is during these times of alignment, because the conversation comes up, where are we? Who are we? What is this place? And that's when we start that's when we go to unraveling all their lies, right? So it's not a coincidence. And in my next stream, I'm going to pull up the data sheet to show you all of the events associated with all of the alignments. But today's stream is focusing on another aspect. But it's not a coincidence that the Mayans, different ancient people, talked about chaotic events on Earth in unison with certain alignments in the heavens. In the Bible, different ancients. Now, younger folks and all that who think they know everything, right? They will just quickly reject ancestral concepts. When you're young as hell and you born into a world and they say, raise your hand to get this answer right, you think that's learning, but that's being indoctrinated and programmed. I'm telling you what to say, you need to repeat it or you get it wrong. That ain't learning, right? Learning is the scientific method, right? Those who are smart, they don't repeat what they told, they question what they're told, because one takes intelligence, one just take memory. They told me to say this, I said it, right? So shout out to Serenity. Every president while in office side with Israel. That's for sure. Israel on the left and the right. But you can't tell that to people, though. You know, they're convinced everything they're told is true. She said, Every president while in office side with Israel and bow down. Things that make you say, yeah. Israel been bought out the left and the right, which is why Donald Trump made this statement about Obama that he would do everything Trump is doing now, right? Which is invade Iran. They know the script, and they know it don't matter who in office, the script got to be acted out, left or right. But let me get back to the notes, because there's a lot of stuff to break down, real talk on a spiritual side. So what we were saying was that the presence of a blood moon, that carries a darker symbolism that ancient cultures often associated with conflict, sacrifice, and intense transformation. So we just had a blood moon eclipse last night. I was able to see it. The red moon has long been seen as a sign that the path toward renewal is not always gentle. Sometimes balance comes only after turmoil. So what is the sky telling us? The sky just had a 6 planetary alignment followed by a blood moon. And what a lot of people in astrology is saying is that represent a shift coming to where what those 6 planets align and represent is our six chakras, right? You got 7 chakras, but the heart chakra is like a immovable central point that splits the top 3 from the bottom 3. So you got 3 good chakras above, 3 evil chakras below, separated by the heart chakra, which is like it splits, it creates duality. It creates the point where you leave the low chakras and transition to the high chakras. Is neither low nor high when you deal with the heart. That's important to know, because what the planetary alignment had was 6 chakras. That's because the earth is the 7th chakra. Heart is earth. Is not a planet. Earth is a stage. So there's 6 wandering stars representing the battle of Armageddon. You got 3 good, 3 bad. These 6 chakras being in alignment, what that represent is a fresh reset point where the 6 versions of ourselves that are in 6 parallel realities are in proximity to us now. That's gonna cause inner conflict, because basically I'm gonna show what that look like is the way the stars is aligned right now. There are 6 stargates that lead to 6 parallel realities, and in those is 6 different versions of you. That alignment represent all of those versions being in proximity to this version now, which gonna cause a conflict within us internally and within the earth externally. These 6 chakras is represented by the 6 world superpowers that are going to be the main influences in this World War III that's coming up. And those 6 powers right here, I pull them up for you here. Russia, the EU, Japan, India, and the UK. So we seeing an alignment of 6 great powers right now that are vying to dominate the world. And these 6 powers, you know, to me, this is like has become of the Greco-Roman Empire, still continuing conquest today. But these 6, right? These great powers represent, you know, that's 5 of them, but it's 6 of them. You know, there are 7 world superpowers, 6 or 7. But I'm bringing that up to show you about this alignment. You know, a little syncretism, if y'all want to go into that. Some people say it's only 5 chakras, so it's the same number associated with the chakras and the alignment. We see these superpowers aligning themselves, but at the same time that's happening, there's a hierarchy battle, right? Because when you get these superpowers coming together, the people at the top, they all in the bed together on the low anyway. It's the people at the bottom that's divided. And what that causes conflict. But see, the whole thing about this, what we looking at symbolically is how the chessboards is playing out on the board geopolitically. It's playing out that way internally. Let's read some more and you will see what I mean here. So the blood moon, hold on, we skipped something. The red moon has long been seen as a sign that the path toward renewal is not always gentle. Sometimes balance comes only out the turmoil. The blood moon can symbolize the struggle that precedes harmony, the shedding of old identities, the confrontation of inner shadows, and the painful but necessary process of self-correction. Whether interpreted as war in the outer world or conflict within the human soul, the message is similar. Transformation often arrives through pressure and discomfort. In that sense, these celestial moments resemble the storm before the sunrise, the turbulence we see around us and sometimes within ourselves may represent the difficult phase of realignment. Just as the sky passes through darkness before returning to light, humanity may be moving through a period of tension that ultimately pushes individuals toward greater self-awareness, balance, and spiritual maturity. What is chakra alignment? How does that got to do with the planetary alignment? The planets are our chakras, y'all. The chakras within us is one end of a stargate. The planets above us are the other end of that stargate. Okay, so this is the foundation of astrology on why the stars affect our inner behavior. Okay, so understand this real quick, right? When that planetary alignment happened, which is still happening, this alignment symbolizes all of the different versions of yourself, the 6 versions of yourself through each of those stargates coming in proximity, all trying to influence this one you right here. And what that's going to force you to do, and it's going to be a bitch, it's going to feel like inner conflict. Who am I? You going to feel like you redefining yourself. All of your different talents and stuff going to be trying to play out in you at one time. It's some of you experiencing this. But what this is, it ain't a war. It's you having the ability to redefine who you are and reorganize these chakras. So let's say each chakra is a different version of you influencing who you are right now, right? What this alignment means is a reordering of those chakras and a different combination, creating a different version of you at this time. Let me give a shout out to Chill Will. Gold contribution, you are appreciated, family. We Alabamians are privileged to have a man of your dedication call this home. Respect to your intellect and respect to y'all's too. I'm humbled. And I want to give a shout out to all of y'all for helping us reach the goal and, you know, for everything y'all doing. So check it out, right? The word Armageddon means cataclysmic final conflict. It's a final conflict because when a snake sheds its skin and it becomes a new version, the skin that it shedded, that's its final run. In other words, the snake will never put that skin back on. So it's not final as in a termination point to where the world is about the end. That ain't what the book of Revelation mean. That ain't what Armageddon mean. It don't mean that there's not gonna be no more life, no more earth. It mean that life as we know it from this point forward won't resemble itself anymore. We finna go deeper into transhumanism. And this is like a split in a road. We're gonna talk about what that means, about how there's actually 2 earths right now that are connected together. It used to be one earth. but there are two earths together, like a cell splitting. That when the second earth started to split from the first earth, that was when we fell from Eden and duality was created. But I'm going to demonstrate all that on a board in a minute. Let me keep reading so we can get the information first. So the word Armageddon means a cataclysmic final conflict, but not in the sense that we going anywhere. It just means the version of yourself who you was prior to all this will be no more. You can never go back to that, right? So transformation, mental paradigm shift on a dramatic level. And because everybody is about to experience a shift, they got to recreate their system, because their current system has only been learning us and studying us based on who we been. But if all of us redefine ourselves after this alignment and transform, they can't predict our actions no more. You're no longer predictable. They've made an algorithm that can predict your every movement. And it's based upon you being a consumer and a slave. When you break those patterns, this system cannot feed you this signal that is creating the lower you. What you're shedding is that lower you. What's coming out of that is a refined version. But this system is going to battle us at this time. It's going to stand up and wage war against the children of God, because we want to transform. And the system wants you to stay the same. It wants you to keep feeding this old version of you that's been getting nowhere. And the universe is sending all this chaos to force humanity to shift into their higher level, like a diamond under pressure, right? So the people in power at this time is they're not only combating us, they're combating the divine cosmic forces working on our behalf and aiding us in this collective shift, which is what the distractions are all about. So shout out to Dark Sacred Serpent as well. 7 days, 7 chakras, 7 sins, 7 virtues, power and respect to you, Lord. Appreciate the word. Glad you still doing a damn thing for the people. Salute. Big salutes to y'all. I wish my sound effects was working, but my sound effects is off today, but it's still the same love. Appreciate y'all. The word Armageddon means cataclysmic final conflict, and many people only associate this meaning with external world wars. But the real war is between two versions of the self. One version is shaped by the external world, the reactive mind driven by fear, religion, politics, scarcity, and ego. This version of humanity thrives on conflict because it constantly defines itself against an enemy. For example, in religion, you have the devil versus, in the true spiritual system, there's nothing you can blame your evil on but yourself. Ain't no red dragon making you do nothing. You just a piece of crap. So now you got to work on yourself versus say, well, get beneath my feet, Satan. Ain't nothing to shift the blame on. And that's what this world gives us so that we don't mature spiritually and rise to our true potential, right? It'll if you're a conservative, it gives you the Democrats to blame and vice versa. And it's by giving us something to blame, take the beat. What are you doing? You being lame. Be lame is blame. What is a lame? A lame can't walk or move. Long as we blaming, we ain't gaining. We ain't moving nowhere. We using our energy to point the finger, you know what I'm saying, instead of make progress. But check this out, right? The version of you that's in a group is always giving itself an enemy that's outside the group to blame, right? And this the version of you they trying to reinforce. Let me give a big shout out to A Sense of Ah. Much respect, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you. I really appreciate you guys too. Much respect and love. So this version of humanity thrives on conflict because it constantly defines itself against an enemy. It sees the world through separation and competition. Under its influence, compassion weakens, patience disappears, and humanity begins to forget its true nature. This is the beginning of transhumanism. World War III ain't going to be like other wars. It's going to be a lot of implementation of new technologies that's going to be here to stay, just like what happened in the world wars previous. A lot of technology that they used to police the masses with today came up out of World War II. And you start to slowly realize, wait a minute, if eventually all of the technology we use to subdue our enemies is implemented on civilians, who was the war really against? Let that sink in a minute. Now check this out. I just defined one version of you. That's the instinctive version. That's the fight or flight version. The other version of the self exists deeper within. It's more quieter, more reflective, and far less reactive. It recognizes unity rather than division. It sees other human beings not as enemies, but as reflections of the same consciousness experiencing different circumstances. This inner self understands that peace, wisdom, and clarity cannot be found in constant reaction to the chaos of the world stage. They can only be discovered through awareness and self-mastery. So the ancient phrase, as within, so without, reveals a powerful truth about the times we are living in right now. And the external conflicts unfolding across nations, ideologies, and cultures are reflections of the internal conflict happening inside humanity. The war of Armageddon is the struggle between the lower reactive nature and the higher conscious nature within each person. The times we are living in right now were once foretold. Many ancient civilizations said there would come a period when the world would reach an all-time high in deception, confusion, and escalating conflicts. And another reason for that is because the technology that we got now, whatever we're doing, it's going to allow us to do it faster and more efficiently. That's going to fuel conflicts. Data centers, AI is going to change the way we even have war. The technology we got will allow us to crash quicker, if that make any sense. It's removing the filters that makes us resemble anything similar to a moral code. That's being removed with the digital system that's coming in. And everything that's happening right now ain't because the world is collapsing, but because humanity is approaching a crossroads of consciousness. Systems that depend on fear and division become louder because the awakening of human awareness threatens their control. You see what I'm saying? So the more people begin questioning, reflecting, and looking inward, the harder it becomes to guide society through manufactured outrage and endless distraction. Remember the hippie age? You know, the Vietnam War ended that. Right? So what we will find is there is no major wars that ever happened on Earth that weren't also synonymous with major awakenings. Even the Mayan knew that. Why is that? Because the wars that we see on Earth are artificially manufactured by those at the top, right? And they will manifest these wars strategically to distract us during major awakening moments. That reinforces the system that's kept us asleep for the past couple hundreds of years. Because what happens during wartime, people will always say, man, we ain't got time for all that deep stuff. Our people out here dying, our kids gotta eat. So during times of chaos, it gives them an excuse to reinforce our instinctive version, our fight or flight version, and to make us be distracted from the peaceful inner calm, inner stillness that we would need to question things. The quietness of research, the calmness and quietness of me investigating, having the luxury to investigate where I am, who I am, or just the quietness of meditating or trying to astral project is broken by, we at war. We just bombed Iran. And it's always during these huge spiritual awakening moments where we get these huge physical events on the earth. And that's because our awakening is written in the stars with alignments, right? And when they see that, that's their cue to hit the chaos button. And that's why this stuff is synced together like that. It ain't prophecy or nothing like that. They know that when they see certain alignments, hit the button for a war, hit this or that. And that's why it looked like the Bible is being fulfilled. But the Bible is basically the same system that the Mayans had of predicting patterns. When you've been on the earth for millions of years, recording history and studying the stars, you start to see patterns and star alignments and historical events. And people have been studying that for millions of years, and are the people who still got that information that the Mayans had, they're gonna react and do the most during these alignments. Because if they don't do nothing during that time, so many people will wake up and the consciousness will shift after that alignment. We won't be the same after that. It'll be the beginning of, man, everyone questioning the earth now, that people are wondering if we in a simulation, if the world is holographic. People are talking about intelligent design. They questioning the Big Bang, right? And so they can't allow that to happen. That's what the sky does. It forces these conversations. So when that's happening in the heavens, when we seeing these order and harmony in the heavens, they come with chaos on the ground to distract. So the chaos on the ground is to reinforce that part of you that ain't questioning reality, to reinforce that part of you that just clock in, clock out, and a hamster on the wheel, plugged into the matrix. When that spirit of inquisition wakes us in us, they hit the chaos button, right? Because there is a war going on, and there's two earths that are tethered together right now with two different versions of us, a good and a bad one. And the war we see outside between the Eastern world and the Western world is the war between the left brain and the right brain. This is all connected, y'all. I'm going to go deeper into this in a minute. Let me give a shout out to Trav Blank. I am grateful to be a part of the ascension. Shalom, and shalom to you, my brother. We grateful to have y'all here. Have you here. So systems that depend on fear and division become louder because the awakening of human awareness threatens their control. The more people begin questioning, reflecting, and looking inward, the harder it becomes to guide society through manufactured outrage and endless distraction. Like I said, during the hippie time, people just wanted to sit around, smoke weed, and meditate. They was doing mushrooms, and they was fucking talking about astral projection. And that culminated to us going to war with Vietnam. So that's interesting, man. So this is why going within becomes so important during chaotic times, y'all. It's a test to see, will I let the outside world into my world, right? Because while everybody on the ground is like a chicken with their head cut off, the sky is showing us these beautiful ordered alignments. So we're out of sync with what the sky's showing us, and that's because they're literally blaspheming the sky. They're at war with the heavens. So when the sky is trying to show us order and balance, they say, look over here at all this chaos and turmoil and scarcity. It's because they're fighting against the natural world. The sky is reminding us of abundance. The fact that scarcity is an illusion. Order is here. We ain't just randomly floating on a big rock through space from a big bang, and we ain't just a bunch of meat, bone, flesh packages on a little bitty rock fighting for resources. That's what the war represents. The war reinforces the idea that we're little bitty primitive organisms fighting for food, water, and minerals. But really, the truth is that there is abundance on earth and scarcity is an illusion. And that's what the sky tells us. The sky reminds us of free energy. The sky reminds us of the systems we created on earth that made scarcity, that prove that scarcity is an illusion, right? So they have to reinforce this artificial world of scarcity and me versus you, the instinctive mind. You know, I got the Hunger Games. And they reinforce this system right when the heavens is telling us a different story. When the heavens is reminding us something else, is when this stuff happened. So let's go ahead and read some more. Say so. Self-awareness at this time becomes a form of spiritual victory because it is a challenge to not be distracted with the stuff going on in the world. And let me give a shout out to Serenity for gifting 5 memberships. I don't know if Serenity wanted to be shouted out for that, but thank you, Serenity. Wish my effects was working. That was nice of you. Sorry. Well, self-awareness is a spiritual victory right now, because how many of you went through this before? When we bombed Iran and people was going crazy, it was exhausting for me, because right now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm into Tartaria, the free energy, the old world past that was hidden. I'm so excited about this new awakening and new information that we're discovering in the conscious community, that when they said that we bombed Iran, it was like, man, now I gotta talk about the shallow. What are we gonna do? Get water, get toilet paper, get food. Now I gotta go back to the fight or flight, the instinctive energy, and that's what it's all about. They don't want us collectively changing and shifting over to this other version of us that's not moved by what's going on the world stage. And we're not letting the ocean water enter our ship, which is why we stay afloat while everyone else sink with the beast. So the real Armageddon is not about bombs, armies, or political systems collapsing. It is about whether humanity will allow the reactive, fear-driven version of itself to dominate the collective mind, or whether people will rediscover the deeper consciousness that has always existed in them beneath the noise. The battlefield is not only in nations and governments, it is in every human mind. At this point, we finna start sharing some information on the board, and I'm gonna share a couple of slides with y'all at this point. And we're gonna talk to you about when I was telling you that there is more than one earth. There's 2 earths, and you live in both of them. And both of these earths are tethered together. And your left brain lives in the instinctive earth. Your right brain is the you that lives in the intuitive earth. And there's a war within you right now of you choosing which version you're gonna be, the solar version or the earth version. The earth version is gonna go with the propaganda. The solar version is the higher, the soul version. And this is what you really look like. Your spinal cord is a split point. And if you take a picture of a person, if you take a picture of them and you cut their face in half and you look at the left side by itself, separate from the right side, you would see that those are two different faces. I ain't making this up. I'm not making this up. Don't you know when people look at the Mona Lisa, they say that Leonardo put a code in the Mona Lisa. See, here's the trick, the secret about the Mona Lisa picture. What's the painter name of the Mona Lisa? I smoke too damn much, man. It's Leonardo Michelangelo. Type it. Now watch this, right? The person who painted the Mona Lisa, I'm forgetting right now, I'm having a brain fart, but they painted two Mona Lisas. And they took half of the face from each one of them to make the Mona Lisa y'all got. Did you know that? Did you know that if you take the Mona Lisa image from that Da Vinci painted, I was right, Leonardo, right? Did you know that if you slice that face in half, it's two different faces from two different paintings put together? You can go pull up the documentaries on that. But see, that whole concept about the Mona Lisa was teaching us about the solar and earth tetrahedron. That's literally what we are. Not only do you got a left brain, right brain, you got a left body and a right body, and you ain't a whole human. Let me explain something to you about this Merkaba. This six-pointed star is the star of Israel. This is the symbol of the Zionists. You know, because they know there are two earths. And I'm finna go into the history of that. The colonizers aren't from this earth. Or let's say we aren't from this earth. Right? So there's a solar earth, and then let's say there's a heavenly earth and a hell earth, an instinctive earth, intuitive earth. And you live in both of them. Both of these earths are merged together, creating what's called a solar earth tetrahedron. So what's happening is, now to explain what's happening, I'm going to pull up something that's going to break this down for you. Very simple to make it make sense. Now, what we looking at here is cell division. This is cell division. And before we even get into this, right, I want to break down to you guys what the ancestors said that our earth is, so that we can understand that the ancestors said that our earth is basically two earths. But in order for you to see where I'm about to go right now, we got to look at this. This is cell division. And let me show you what we're looking at here. This is what we're looking at. This right here is what Earth is. Earth isn't one realm. Earth used to be one realm, but what happened? It started to split. And see, when Earth started to split, your other lower side merged from the good side. See, in Eden, let me break some down to you guys, and I'm going to go to the board. I think it'll be best I go to the board here. Switch mics. Drop a one. Let's test the other. Let's test this mic out. I'm going to hop to the board, and I'm going to show you something. Drop a one real quick, y'all. Let me know if we good on my other mic. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. Drop a one. You can hear me on the board, mic people. You can hear me at the board over here. See, check this out right quick, right? Here go Eden right here. This is Eden right here. That's Eden. In Eden, there was only one earth. There was only one you. That was your good version, right? Then the cells start to split. and another you start to kind of merge off of this, just like a split cell, it start to be born off of this one. Let me pull up the split cell so we can put them side by side. Let's do that real quick. That's a good idea, right? Let's take this screen, put it next to the board, and really get it in. Hit the like and share button. All right, hold on, let's crop. I got y'all, hold up a second. All right, that's pretty good. Let me move the board over for 1 minute. Just so I can show my point. So now let's go back to the board and break this down. Like and share the video. $ BROSANCHEZTV if you want to send in Cash App support. I'm going to show y'all how we fell from Eden and what all of this stuff is about, because it's deeper. It's way deeper, man. We don't live in one earth no more. Ever since the colonizers came, right? It's like the movie Us. Check me out, right? In Eden, we only had our intuitive version. That was before capitalism. Then all of a sudden, these invaders showed up, right? Hold up. Then all of a sudden, but see, people want to know where the invaders come from. Check it out, right? Once Eden start to shed and split, this is what we live in. I want to stop right here and show you some. Look, this is where you are right here. You're in Earth. This is the dielectric inertial plane. The firmament is above you with Eden up there, and below it is hell. Our Earth is a work in progress. Let me show it to you. See, look at here. Our Earth is a splitting cell, meaning that we haven't seen Earth for real. We born into a split in a cell. We're born into a cell that was in the process of splitting before we showed up. So we don't know what the first Earth was like, and we don't know what the future Earth is going to be, because we're right here in the middle trying to decide which version we want to merge with at this time. So we don't know the past for real, and we don't know the future. And that's a veil that's blinding us by being in this middle spot, because being in this middle spot creates this barrier right here that prevents me from going back and seeing the past or knowing the mysteries of hell. And the same above, I'm trapped in this middle spot right here called Earth. And the trap is creating a veil where I'm alienated to my higher self and my lower self, because all I'm experiencing is a version of myself that's torn in between the two. I can't say I'm my higher self. I can't say I'm my lower self, because the only thing we've ever been is a version of ourselves that's in conflict with two sides. Drop a 1 if y'all feeling me. Drop a 1 if y'all feeling me. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you tracking with me. Earth tetrahedron, solar tetrahedron. Drop a 1. Drop a 1. Drop a 1. Let me move my keyboard. I'm finna stand up a bit. If you're with me right now, drop a 1. Okay, we good. Hold up, y'all. You've never been acquainted to either half. The only thing you've ever known was the conflict of the two and the harmony of neither. Let's say that again. The only thing you've ever known was the conflict of the two. You never known the harmony of either. You don't know what true harmony is from Eden, and you don't know what true chaos is from hell. The only thing you've ever experienced is duality. You haven't experienced true either one. You have not experienced either of the polarities in totality, because the only thing you've experienced is the polarities in conflict. And in order for you to experience any one of these in totality, you got to discard one. If you want to experience heaven in totality, you got to shed hell. If you want to experience hell in totality, you got to shed heaven. And the choice is being given to us right now from the earth realm right here. Right here. So when we look at the world around us and we try to say, well, it's a war between good and evil, it's happening inside of us. It's a war between the intuitive self and the instinctive self right here. Right here. The instinctive self. And right here is the dual self, the duot. That's the joker. That's the you torn in between the two right here in the middle. Let me see here. So let me turn this thing to the split cell so y'all can see what I'm saying. Hold on a minute. So if you look at this split cell, and what I'm showing you is this is our earth. See, there was a time where people that was born here, according to this theory that I'm giving you here, there was a time where some people never knew duality. In other words, duality is a new thing. And the people that we're calling colonizers, we want to know where they come from, right? The truth is they from hell and we're from heaven. But all of us exist on earth where the battle of Armageddon is taking place, because this is a standoff. It's a battle for the souls of man, because as these souls split, the forces of heaven are going to be saying, vote for me, choose me. And the forces of hell are going to be saying, no, choose me, choose me. And as these cells move further apart, those voices are going to get louder and louder and more desperate for the soul of man right here in the earth realm. Just like of election between the Democrats and Republicans. And the closer we get to election day, the more slander we see, the more smear campaigns. See, these two versions of us are moving away from each other. One benefit the corporation and the NPCs and the artificial agents, you know, the NPCs, what we call mankind that exists below in the artificial earth. They're feeding you everything to fuel that version of you so that you can merge with them when the split take place. And vice versa, our ancestors is trying to wake up our high version. This is the fork in the road right here, people. They call it the MasterCard. If you ever looked at the MasterCard symbol, the Vesica Pisces, when Moses is splitting the tablets, right? The teaching about what? Good and evil. is what Moses was doing. And this is what Moses was teaching. Moses was teaching about the dual forces within man that are at conflict. This is the secrets behind splitting the sea, behind Samson pushing back the two pillars and all that. And we'll get it in with the sacred geometry syncretism in just a minute. Let's talk some more about this cell splitting. Let me get my notes. Let's talk some more about this, because as these things move further and further away from each other, you're going to have to make a choice. And you ain't got all day. The clock ticking, man. And whichever one of them you fed the most when the split has fully taken place, that's who you are, man. See, it ain't one earth, y'all. It's two earths. That's why it's so much conflict, because opposites attract. And when our original earth started to split, what was born from it was its polar opposite, or a fake version, a shadow version. Like your real version is standing up. Hell would be like a false representation of Eden, or your shadow cast it down on the ground, which ain't a good representation of you. It's just a vague, dark dude with no identity. That's the zombified version of you that exists within the corporate world, or the world that's ruled by the world stage reaction. You're a predictable zombie. You become a shadow of yourself, a shadow version of yourself, when you become the reactionary version that exists based upon the believing in the world stage literally, versus knowing it's a stage with puppets on it. So the people who believe in the world stage literally, they are also believers in biblical scripture, religious scripture literally, and all of that goes hand in hand, which is why they think it's prophetic. But take a look at what we got on the board here with Eden and hell, and let me read some notes to y'all before we move on about cell division. Because if we look at the moment that humanity is moving through right now, it can be compared to something that happens constantly in nature, and that is the splitting of a cell. When a cell divides, two separate versions, right? When a cell divides, two separate paths of life emerge from one original source. When a cell divides, two separate paths of life emerge from one original source. For a time, they exist together, connected by the same origin, yet moving toward different futures. Don't that sound familiar? It seems like some of us on earth want to go off grid and go back to nature. And it seems like some of us on earth is fully embracing the coming technocracy. Some of us on earth are stuck in the past. Some of us on earth are stuck in studying ancient stuff, and we want to talk about ancient stuff in the past. And then some of us on earth is saying, man, who cares about the past? We need to stay focused on the future. The world ahead of us is what we need to be focused on. So this right here ain't really two different groups trying to decide where we going as collective. It's basically two different groups deciding their own fate individually and which earth they're gonna merge with, if that make any sense.
This operation is expected to go on for several days, or at least the Israeli and U.S. sides are both planning and preparing for that possibility.
That just
what would
popped
happen
on.
after that is very, very unclear at this stage.
Just popped on out of nowhere, man. I hope that stopped. Drop a one if y'all can hear me. Some kind of background stuff just started talking out of nowhere. But this cell division part is very deep. Drop a one if we still rocking and rolling on our audio and visuals, and we're gonna continue. Go ahead and drop those ones and we'll continue. Yeah, drop some ones and we'll continue. So, all right. So check me out, right? When a cell divides, two separate paths of life emerge from one original source. For a time, they exist together, connected by the same origin, yet moving toward different futures. And this is why it feels like people you always known, y'all breaking apart. When you started to wake up, right, you started to tune your frequency to the Eden version of yourself. Some of your friends wasn't ready to make the shift yet. So they are still tuned to the programming and the literal world of what we believe on the news is real. Because anybody question it gonna be a conspiracy theorist. So either you a conspiracy theorist that's merging with Eden, or you being treated like a grown, mature adult, because you know adult matters is reading your newspaper, going to work, paying your bills, taking the news literally, not questioning it, and voting. You being a Democrat, Republican, that's seen as adult-like. It's seen mature. It's seen childish to be a conspiracy theorist, right? And that's the collective reinforcing the idea that feeding your instinctive version is the responsible, mature thing to do. Why? You got kids, right? Your kids can't eat these symbols, right? Your kids can't eat this knowledge, right? So what feeds your kid? Getting up every day, going to work, not talking deep, not talking astrology, not talking about alignments, but keeping it shallow. Talking about the the literal physical world. And that's them trying to reinforce the fact of physicality versus a holographic simulation. All that's tied together with the hell agenda. The version of you that believes the world around it is real and you got to react right now to feed your children, versus the version of you that's like Neo in the Matrix, realizing everything around me is fake. I'm in a digital program and scarcity is an illusion to control my behavior and turn me into an animal, right? To make me merge with my instinctive version. What we're losing is ourself, y'all. You're not who you supposed to be. You're the version of yourself that's reacting to a system called capitalism. And it may seem harmless, but you're telling the universe, put me in the instinctive earth. You're telling the universe, when these cells split, I don't want to be my true self. I want to be the version of myself that got to eat, that got to feed my family, that got to go to work, punch the clock. That's what this is. Let's talk about cell division. So you're going to be in conflict with yourself. And when you pick a side, right, most people are choosing hell. The Bible tell you that. So when you choose Eden and start thinking outside the box and exercising intuition, you're going to feel separated and divided from a lot of people, even loved ones, because they're still operating in this other earth. We're literally in two different versions of earth. And it's so obvious when you realize that people just can't see what you see because we're separated by these two versions of earth we live in. Now, even though we're all in this same middle earth, some of us is operating in the right brain. Some of us is operating in the left brain. So even though we're all on this one middle earth version, it's chaotic, it's divided. It's conflict, it's debates everywhere, it's war because people choosing which brain they want to operate under, and it's causing conflict, right? And each side will build their own version of Earth. And when these two cells split, each side will live in their own version of Earth in the end. Let's read some more. So, So for a time when these cells is splitting, they exist together, connected by the same origin, yet moving toward different futures. In a similar way, the chaotic period we are living in may represent a kind of spiritual division within human consciousness. What if I told you we didn't always have a left and right brain? At first, we just had a single unified consciousness. That was before the cell divided. There used to be one earth, right? And when that one earth started to split, man fell from Eden, because when Eden started to shed and split into two different versions, we fell in the middle part so that we can make the choice. The moment Eden started to split, the universe had to shift our consciousness from the higher earth to the middle one just to be fair. Right? Because what this means in our fall is that the universe has to give us the choice to be able to choose which version of us we want to be. And it can't give us the choice by leaving us in Eden, because in Eden, what did I say? We're blinded from hell. We don't know the knowledge of wrong. We don't know the knowledge of the serpent. So if you don't know the knowledge of something, how you going to choose it legitimately? So the moment this other version of us showed up, the universe had to put us in between both versions to put us in a position to have choice. This entire experience is you choosing who you want to be, the higher version or lower version. Let me read some more. Everything playing out on earth is playing out within us, y'all. This is World War III. Is a spiritual war. So if people is trying to break down to you a spiritual war and they ain't getting spiritual, something wrong, all right? They only giving you the instinctive breakdown, not the intuitive one. Let's go deeper here. So inside every person right now, two versions of the self are beginning to separate. One version of you is the identity shaped by the outside world. This is the self constructed by headlines, political tribes, economic pressures, social media outrage, and endless reaction to events on the world stage. This version of you lives in constant response mode. It reacts to fear, scarcity, propaganda, and division. Its identity is built from the roles the world assigns: voter, consumer, partisan, opponent, etc. Right? So sorry, guys. So this version of you we're describing now, we can call it the puppet self, right? The puppet version. It's a personality assembled from reactions to external stimuli rather than from true inner awareness. That's powerful. But there is another version of you emerging at the same time. This version exists deeper within. It is the observing self, the conscious self, right? The one that backs away, the one that steps back from the noise and asks questions, right? That's the version that we all are feeding right now. It's the part of you that recognizes that your identity does not have to be defined by the scripts playing out across the world stage. This self is sovereign. It exercises free will. It chooses awareness over reaction, clarity over confusion, compassion over tribal hostility. Instead of being controlled by the external storm, it learns to observe it without losing itself within it. Amen. This is some jewels, man. Drop me some fireballs right now, man. We ain't got our sound effects on, but drop me some fireballs right now if this is feeding your soul. Peace and love. We finna keep this thing going. So look here, right? In this sense, humanity maybe experience a kind of consciousness split, right? And that's what I'm telling you with this cell division. We're experiencing a kind of consciousness split. Two realities are unfolding simultaneously. See, you ever heard the term both can be true? See, our earth is a paradox of two earths together. We don't live in one earth. We are torn in between two different universes. And both can be true. Both are true. There's a version of you that is literally real if you feed it. There's another version of you that is real if you feed it. It's just as simple as which one you're feeding is which one you're tuning yourself to. It's like receiving a radio signal from a broadcast. You decide which channel you want to turn to, and whichever channel you turn to, it dictates how you dance or your actions. So we're realizing now we live in a paradox, and we don't live in one earth. We live in a split universe that is sort of like a temporary simulation that we can sort of have a experience where we can load into a certain position in the universe to allow us to have choice. Choice. That's what earth is. Earth is not heaven. It ain't hell. It's a false world. It's a false place that don't even exist. What we call earth is just the middle part of a cell split. It's temporary. The space that we are in right now, that they call earth, it ain't even going to be here forever. Earth is always destroyed and rebuilt. And it's because the cell is always splitting and shedding its skin. What you call earth ain't really a place, it's a process. That's what I'm showing you. Earth ain't a place. Earth is an in-between. It's the result of a cell splitting. And because of that, it creates a paradox where both of these worlds are true at the same time. And because both of these worlds are true at the same time and they are polar opposites, good and evil coexist. And what good and evil is, let me go back to my screen share because I got a slide for that for you to check out here to show you what good and evil is. Let me see. Let's go back to that. So good and evil, right? Oh, okay, I need to switch my, hold on a second, people. Let me switch this thing so I can quit playing with it and stay over here by my board. So what good and evil is this. Here it is right here. Earth and solar. Earth and solar, see? We're not one person. We're two versions of ourselves trapped in this solar earth tetrahedron. We don't exist as one version. You yourself is a paradox, and the paradox is creating conflict until we balance these forces. Okay? So just like nature is showing us the sun and moon are opposite, but they're working in unison. And this is what we're having to do at this time right here. And this the knowledge that even allow us to even be aware of what's even going on, to even be able to do something about it. We ain't one version of ourselves, people. What you are is a joker, a two-faced being. You're a paradox. And you have two different brains in you. And each brain in you is fueling either the angel or the devil. And there it go right there. That's your brain. Now, what we call a brain, I'm showing you an image of the brain right now. Right? And what we see is the brain is a cell splitting. Right? And what I want to show you is here is a star exploding. And it basically showing us that a star exploding is the activation of consciousness and your entrance into duality. Right? So the experience you having right now is the default experience of consciousness. In other words, you're a baby born in duality. And as a baby soul, you have the choice to be your good version or bad version. And after that, you will start perfecting that version. So you'll either be a baby demon on a path of descension or a baby angel on a path of ascension. But the earth is like a spaceport, is like a projection point for baby souls to and it's basically the universe giving you the decision whether you want to project your energy to, up or down. What do you want to feed, your angel or devil? Right? So by default, all new souls start in the middle because you are giving choice. Right? You have the choice to be who you want to be. And that's what this middle spot does for us. But we won't have all day to make our mind up because, again, these two, it's like choose your, you ever played a video game and when it's time for you to select your character, it gives you a time clock because they want you to actually start the game. We haven't even begun to start our reality yet, y'all. We're in a fake simulation, a spawning pot, a spawn spot. And after this, what we call death is really the start of our life, either in Eden or hell. So the split is taking place within us. When we die, our consciousness shifts to which one of those versions we fed the most. So this war playing out on earth is deciding your spiritual fate, whether you go to heaven or hell. But hell ain't a place where people burn forever. Hell means when you will be born again in a future reality, a parallel earth, where people is basically becoming transhumans. All of these realities are existing right now. You're just choosing which one is your next destination. And they're not telling you that that's what's going on right here in the Midgard, in this middle place. There's an election process. You're deciding your fate. And there are so many people being led astray because they don't know this. They don't know the repercussions of every choice they make. They don't know the repercussions of being a Democrat, Republican, of being reactionary, cutting the TV on. It's a signal that's feeding a certain version of yourself. This is true spiritual warfare, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a game. And the TV is a tool of war when it comes to spiritual warfare. So let's read some more though. So both of these realities exist. Hold on, where my spot? Okay, hold up, where I left off at. So both of these realities, hold on, sorry. So in this sense, humanity may be experiencing a kind of consciousness split. Two realities are unfolding simultaneously. One reality is the world of endless reaction, fear cycles, division, and conflict. The other reality is the world discovered by those who turn inward, reclaim their awareness, and refuse to let the chaos outside dictate who they become inside. In other words, Jesus said a kingdom of heaven is within. That's what those who turn inward will discover. Now, both of these realities exist at the same time, which creates a paradox that many people call Armageddon, a war of Armageddon. But rather than a single apocalyptic battlefield, it's more like a great division of consciousness, like a cell splitting into two paths of existence. The profound truth hidden inside this moment is that the version of yourself you choose to embody determines which reality you will inhabit. If you live entirely through reaction to the world stage, then that world of chaos becomes the environment you continue to experience. But if you reclaim your inner sovereignty and align yourself with awareness, balance, and self-mastery, you begin stepping into a different experience of reality altogether. Just like a dividing cell, humanity stands at the moment where two futures are forming from the same origin. This is the fork in the road, ladies and gentlemen. And the deciding factor is not governments, media narratives, or world events. The deciding factor is which version of yourself you choose to become. So let me take a little break right here, get off the board for a minute, check the chat room, and see where we at. Hold on. Drop a one. We got to keep doing audio checks because I got a lot of different equipment going. And we just want to make sure everything's still rolling. Drop a one right now if y'all can hear me. Drop a one. Let me do something real quick. Okay. Drop a one real quick. I'm going to take a quick break. Not a real break. I'm going to sit here. We're going to basically all right, we finna come back to the board here in a minute. It's something I want to show y'all. It's something I want to show y'all real quick. So, opposites attract. So, in order for our lightest version to rise up, our heaviest version must fall down. The snake must shed its skin. And in order for that to happen, the universe had to kind of push us to that level like a diamond under pressure. Because if it was up to us, we would just stay the version of ourselves we know right now. In order for us to become a better version and to reach a paradigm shift, there must be dramatic shifts happen in reality. But that's the universe causing discomfort. And what comes with discomfort is transformation. So let me show y'all something real quick at this point. Let's go back to the board. This is the birth of a star, but the birth of a star is the death of a star. Why is that? Why do they tell you the moment a star dies, it's reborn again? Now take a look at what this looks like. Look at that. That's the left and right brain. The hourglass of time. They tell you that at the death of a star is the birth of a star. And what are they telling you? The moment at your point of conception, you died. The truth is this, right? The truth is everything they telling us is a lie, family, and that we don't experience life, then experience death. They telling you backwards. The truth is that the ancestors said we experience death first, then we experience life. Sanchez, that don't make no sense. It make perfect sense. You ever seen a caterpillar in a cocoon? You ever seen a seed in the ground? What we're calling our life right now ain't nothing but a seed in darkness in its own inner dream world having an experience. And when that seed break through the casing, it's going to see the real world, but at that point, it won't be a seed, it'll be a tree. Transformation is being able to visually see beyond the veil. Same with the caterpillar and the cocoon. So we haven't lived yet. We're like ghosts in a machine. That's what the simulation is. People say, Sanchez, you telling me we dead right now and we waiting to live? Yes, that's what the ancestors taught. You're a ghost. Why you think they said the physical world is only 1% of all the matter there is? It's because the physical world is Eden in hell. Earth is only 1%. Here go the physical worlds right here. Or the physical world would be this Eden in hell, if anything. The reason I say that is because hell is real, and it's expressing something called hell that exists as a lower frequency. Same with heaven. The only thing that don't exist for real is this sort of blending between the two. That's what's false. And that's false because it's a temporary process of a cell splitting. The reason this version of you here is false because it's a two-faced version and a paradox. It's a conflicted contradiction. It's good and bad occupying the same space. Now, what's going to make this thing the truth is when you get these polarizing forces in unison. And you do that by not allowing the solar tetrahedron to be affected by the earth tetrahedron. That's what's been going on. We got an angel on our shoulder and a demon, but we can never hear when the angel talking because the demon always making us listen to it by saying they just dropped the bomb. It's a new pandemic out. Every time the angel is telling us something we need to hear, the demon come with a bigger fear tactic. And that's how we're letting the solar tetrahedron lose the war between the earth tetrahedron. Your lower self is really steering this body. And this body ain't one person. It's a split entity like Dr. Jekyll and Miss Hyde. And which side has the most influence dictates the actions of this machine that you call a human. Because the human ain't one entity. The human is a split hybrid of two different versions of yourself in conflict with each other. And you got to work that out, man. Because in this state, we're in our most vulnerable, indecisive. Everybody know if a people is at war with themselves, it's easy for the outside enemy to conquer them. So in this state where we're in this inner conflict, trying to decide who we are, it also makes us vulnerable to the world stage, which is why this is a very important time for us to really protect our space and our energy. So opposites attract here. Opposites attract. It's a law of the universe because in order for your lightest version to rise, your lowest version got to be defeated. So the universe is making you confront your lowest version. Right? It's making you, let me give a shout out to Rogue Knowledge. Appreciate the work, much love. We need this, bring back hippie culture. I agree. So check this out. This right here, and I'm going to go with some syncretism. This is the MasterCard logo. Have you ever seen that MasterCard logo? And not only is it the MasterCard logo, thank y'all for the donations. It really encourages me to keep doing what I'm doing. It lets me know, that people appreciate what I'm doing, appreciate it. But if you look at this MasterCard symbol, this is the Vesica Pisces. And this shows you a splitting. The split I was telling you about. Now, this right here is a Taurus field. Let's pull up the torus field. Here it is right here. Hold on. Let's pull that up. Here it go. So this is what our universe looked like. But our universe ain't a universe. What we call the Earth is just a central point of two universes that split from each other. So Earth ain't a universe at all. Like I said, like Earth is just this little space in between two universes that's breaking apart. And is giving you time, or chronos. You're born in time. Time is created by the splitting of these cells, and they call that the expanding universe. This is how time is created right here. And that's why it looks like an hourglass. You see the hourglass? So time, if you rearrange it, it is emit, the emit. Time is literally the release of your conscious energy, the activation of your light. And that creates duality, or what we call time, or left and right brain. And what you call time is just the expansion, right? The splitting of these two forces. And everyone is on their own time. So when your dual forces within you fully detach from each other and separate, you gonna die. I don't know how you gonna die, but some kind of way in this simulation, your time will end, and that represent the fact that you've reached a point in your mental paradigm of where both of these versions of you have cut ties. They call it RIP, or rip, to rip apart. Death is really a separation of two versions of the self, and refinement, because now you can see one version clearly. It's literally the removing of a veil, right? Because what am I showing you here? Let's go back to the board. People who want to go to Eden, they can't do it because they're torn in between the two. So once the two finally split, the people that want to see Eden, they'll be able to see it, because this veil called hell will be removed, and their consciousness will fully shift all the way into this reality that we call Eden, and it won't be a fence straddler. It won't be in this middle spot torn in between the two. And once it get fully on the other side, it will experience that in totality. And vice versa. The people that don't want to experience Eden, if they want to experience hell, when they die, they're literally reborn in all points in time are already playing out, past, present, and future. We don't gotta wait for the future to happen right now in this time. When people die, they're just reborn into these parallel realities, and which reality they're born in is dictated by the choices they make based upon this cell division, which version of themselves they choose. People who choosing their lower version, it's a version of them already in a future Earth that's getting ready to take the mark of the beast. All points in time are connected together. So every choice you make in this reality, even if you die before the future get here, you already shifting to that work, to that future. So the thing about it is different versions of these realities, and you're deciding, because the split point is the lower worlds are controlled by AI, transhumans. Basically, right? There's the most evil version of you that can exist in the universe. It already is out there. Ain't no such thing as stuff waiting to happen. The universe canceled out all probabilities. Everything that can happen and can manifest is already out there. And we can just shift our consciousness to any of these realities. But what the earth is, it's the universe making you confront your worst version so that you can activate your best version. And that confrontation looks like what I'm showing you right here. This cell split. So I'm finna give you another way of looking at this confrontation, because we didn't know our lower version until the Great Fall. And the Great Fall is when the division happened. And there was another version of Earth branching off from Eden. And that's when everybody became this double-headed creature. And we forgot, we wasn't pure no more like in Eden. We now have this other version of us that's evil living inside of our good verse. So within every human, there's a good part and bad part. But that only existed when the split began. But let me share some with you about the good you and the bad you real quick, right? And let me show you something, right? Here is a movie that was made by Jordan Peele. It's called Us. And in this movie, Jordan Peele was telling y'all exactly what I'm telling you right now. If you look at the movie Us, even if you look at the cover that he chose for the movie, let's pull this up. Because look at Jordan Peele is giving you esoteric knowledge. You ain't listening. Look at what the Joker face is you as a Dr. Jekyll and Miss Hyde type creature. And if you're both of them, you're neither of them. So you haven't been born yet, because what you call you is the choice that you're going to decide of who you want to be as far as my higher self or lower self. You're not you right now. You're two different versions, and you ain't you, because if you're both, you ain't neither. You will become you once you make the choice and the split fully take place. Then you will pop up and rise up like Christ did. Out the death is you unveiling your choice, what you made. So let me share some with you, because if you look at this collage right here, there's a reason Jordan Peele chose this right here for his movie Us cover. You see this? Look at this. Look at this. This the cover for the movie. Now take a look at that cover right there. Just let it sink in a minute before we move anywhere, because we looking at esoteric symbolism. Your boy Jordan Peele know what he talking about. This image alone shares so much knowledge, I don't even think people understand it. Look at here. See, this concept comes before Jordan Peele. People been talking about us removing our lower version, right? Because guess what happened and what got us kicked out of Eden? Your lower self showed up, just like the movie Us. In the movie Us, right, let's go back. What happened was there was only one Earth. When that Earth started to split, the evil you was in the new Earth, and that's how we fell from Eden and got torn in between the two. When they talk about the fall from Eden, that's when the cells start to split. And that's when we started getting acquainted with evil, which existed in our lower version. And when these two started to exist together, and you became this sort of dual creature with a left and right brain, that's when we first known evil. Your right brain don't know what evil is, only your left brain. And your left brain is what showed up when the split started to happen. And that's when we failed. All we knew was good and innocence. You see what I'm saying? So the knowledge of evil, what they said was given by the serpent. The serpent just represents the central part of the cell where the split is taking place at. You see? So if you look at this Jordan Peele cover, it shows you the same concepts you see in conscious communities about the other version of the self showing up, confronting you. When our lower self showed up, we had to fight with our own self, just like the movie Us. The movie Us is telling you that when you see people fighting against their own self, the other you showed up when the other earth started to split from this one. And now we've been in inner conflict with our own self. So Jordan Peele, he know the truth, but he got to give it to you in code. But even his name is deep because the Jordan River is where Christ was baptized, and peeling is where the snake does. It shed the skin. So Jordan Peele, the Jordan River is like a symbolic river representing the central part of the self, the Nile, or the spiritual Nile, which is the central nervous system. That's what renews us. The water of baptism is a stream of consciousness that was always in us that had the truth, right? You can't learn the truth. You actually reactivate it. It's dormant within you, and you reactivate the truth by an unveiling, by peeling off the veil. And what beneath that is the truth that was always there. That's what this awakening time is about. So some of us are going to be putting on new masks. Some of us going to be taking off old ones. Some of us going to be getting more heavier, putting on more layers that don't represent who we are. Some of us going to be stripping off these layers, getting lighter, revealing the true us beyond them. And which group does what determines which earth you choosing to live in your next come around. But opposites attract, just like the movie Us. And your puppet version, which is controlled by the corporations, comes to confront your sovereign version that ain't controlled by nothing. It thinks rational, it makes its own decision with critical thinking. That's sovereignty. Versus your corporate version just want to react because that's easy and is less fighting. You can just go with the sheeple, right? These two are in conflict right now. And I know it's true because I feel it in my life. I'm still in conflict with these two versions. Part of me just want to be part of the same topics everyone talking about, immigrants, FBA. And I love FBA. But at the same time, my FBA version is not my higher self. It's the part of me that's choosing my tribe and saying, man, we need the government to give us something and fuck them. And it's part of the Hunger Games. You need to give me resources, physical, like we in the rat race, there's scarcity and my people need water. We need food. And even though we have a legitimate argument with FBA, and I'm going to keep on saying it because it's the truth, both are true. So it's like I'm in conflict. It's a paradox. It may seem like he's hypocritical. No. There are two realities, both of them true, and they are in conflict contrary to each other. And my instinctive version is saying it is true that my tribe is being oppressed. My intuitive version saying none of that shit don't even matter because it's man versus mankind. It's humans versus NPCs on a bigger spiritual picture. But in the rat race, because the NPCs are in charge, we gotta still eat every day and drink water. So you gotta deal with this instinctive side that's kind of conforming to the division, right? Because they're distributing resources and having this fake scarcity. And we feel like, hey, I got to fight for my children right to eat and have resources. So it's literally a war. And the challenge is, can I suffer? Can I say, hey, what if I don't got water? What if I don't got food? Did I maintain who I truly am as a person? Because I can give you all the resources in the world, water, food, land. And if you're not truly yourself, you're going to reincarnate in hell, not Eden. So that's like the Matrix when you're eating a steak and you ain't really making it out the Matrix. So part of you is concerned with earthly stuff in the Matrix, like food, water, shelter. Part of you is like, it's just a fake Matrix, man. It ain't even real. It's temporary, right? The real me is over here asleep as a god, waiting to wake up while I'm over here arguing about food and water, right? In a game, in a simulation. And it's like both of these are true though. I need my food and my water too now, you know, but I also need my awakening. So it's almost like you got to find this perfect balance within the self at this time, this perfect alignment, and ain't nothing wrong with that. This is a necessary conflict, and can't nobody figure this out but us. We're our own tesseract, our own Rubik's Cube we're trying to figure out. Let's talk about the movie Us. I want to talk about the movie Us for a second. So in the movie Us, you got your hell version meeting up with your Eden version, higher self, meeting up with the lower self. And there's a war. And the movie is showing us this same concept I'm showing you here. Jordan Peele is a deep brother because he's teaching everything I'm teaching right now in this movie, right, in his own way. And I'm gonna give you my breakdown real quick. So when we think of that cell splitting analogy, another thing that's even more powerful is that when we consider what happens the moment division begins, a single cell divides, and where there was once one unified form, two distinct sides suddenly emerge. This reveals something very profound. When the human mind begins separating from its original awareness, like what we had in Eden, duality emerges and two forces appear within the same being. From that moment forward, the conflict between those two forces began to define human experience. One force is instinctual, reactive, and driven by survival programming. It responds quickly to fear, competition, and scarcity. This is the version of ourselves that is easily triggered by the world stage. It reacts to political outrage, tribal identity, economic anxiety, and constant streams of information. This side of us operates through fight or flight impulses. It seeks safety through conformity and belonging to a group. In many ways, it behaves like a hive mind where individual awareness becomes secondary to collective reaction. The other force within us is quieter but more powerful. It is intuition, awareness, and reflective consciousness. This is the part of us capable of stepping back from the noise and observing our own thoughts and reactions. It is the version of ourselves that asks deeper questions instead of simply responding to stimuli rather than reacting through fear or tribal loyalty. It seeks understanding, balance, and inner mastery. Stop right there. Let's talk about these two forces. See, one of these forces is the puppet version that is only powered by the media, the world stage, and the script that the Vatican owns. The media psychological script that's being carried out on the stage, a series of fake events and narratives to cause people to forfeit their free will, because you forfeit your free will the moment your life become on autopilot and a series of events that you're responding to the world stage, right? You're no longer yourself. You're a shadow version. You're a version of yourself they own, that they can predict. You're part of the hive mind because everybody reacting to the events on the world stage are like a big sheeple zombie group, all repeating the same stuff, doing the same stuff. And the only people that's not, the people that ain't zombies are the free thinkers. And just like a zombie movie, It ain't a lot of free thinkers. Most of the world are zombies. They part of a hive mind, reacting to everything, literally, not questioning, is this shit even real? Right? And the zombies are so damn predictable, aren't they? Now, let's move on, though, because the war is the people in power want to feed your puppet version. They want to empower your puppet version because they own that version. That version of you, they already got an algorithm in their database that know everything about it. They know what he like to eat. They know his favorite alcohol. They know when you, these people got an AI database they studying all of us. And the version of you that they know everything about is the instinctive version. Once your consciousness shift and everybody shift to our intuitive version, all this money that they spending on AI, all this money that they spending on the new automated government system that's dependent on them knowing our behavior, it's going to be a waste of money. They going to be like, damn, we spent all them years studying these folks, programming in their behavior so that we can predict it for the next 50 years with AI. And now they ain't even who we thought they was. Now they changing who they want to. We just made a profile for every damn body's behavior. We've been studying who you are ever since you've been online. And now we've reached a point where we can police the world and rule over you with automated systems based upon what the data is telling us who you are. And now you telling them that you don't want to be that version of you no more. Boy, them folks will go crazy before they let that happen. All hell will break loose before they let a big shift take place where everyone want all of a sudden transform. All of a sudden, everyone want to change who the hell they are right now. When that happen, these people going to kick in the overdrive to reinforce the old version of you that they already created and can control. When you try to become your new version, that's when war gonna break out. World War III, let's drop bombs. Why? That's what reinforces your old fight or flight version and plug you back into the world script. Drop a one if y'all feeling me. Let me get some fireballs real quick, man. Let me see if we tracking with the information, man. Let me get some interactions from my chat room and let me know we in here sucking up the download. And let me say appreciate all the donations. If we missed any, we gonna read them. We ain't missing nobody. And I appreciate the $ BROSANCHEZTV cash apps as well. Give me some fireballs, some wands, some bombs real quick. Let me see if we still, y'all tracking with me, man. Interact with your boy. Cool, cool. So this other force within us, you know, our intuitive force, it's more quieter, but it's powerful. It is intuition, awareness, and reflective consciousness. It's the part of us that reflects, and it is capable of stepping back from the noise and observing our own thoughts and reactions. It is the version of ourselves that asks deeper questions instead of simply responding to stimuli. Rather than reacting through fear or tribal loyalty, it seeks understanding, balance, and inner mastery. So once the cell, right? Let me go back. Okay, here we go right here. So look, here go our split cell, and here go our us cover. See, so once the cell of human awareness splits into these two modes of being, an internal tension forms between them. That tension is what many traditions symbolically described as the struggle between good and evil, light and darkness, higher self and lower self. It is not always a battle between external enemies. It is the friction between two ways of existing inside the same consciousness, right? So this idea is reflected in modern storytelling as well. Jordan Peele's film, Us, explores a similar concept through the disturbing image of humanity's doubles. In the film, the characters are confronted by versions of themselves that live underground, mirroring their movements and eventually rising to the surface. These shadow selves represent a darker, more primal version of the human being. They move almost like a collective organism, sharing the same impulses and acting with a hive-like coordination. So everyone's lower version act the same, but everyone higher version is unique. If you ever go watch the Us movie. And something else I want to talk about the Us movie is when they say that the lower self lives in this underground shadow world, right? And that this lower self, okay, it mirrors the actions of the higher self. But when something mirrors your actions, remember when you look in a mirror, if you hold up your left hand in the mirror, that's your right hand. So when this thing show up and it start to mirror all your actions, every good you do, it do bad. Okay? And that's what the devil is. For every good you do, it's this version of you that's doing bad. Let me show you about this lower version of you that lives in the underworld, right? And mirrors everything you do. Let's pull it up. Okay. Hold on a minute, everybody. Here we go. Take a look at this collage, people. Take a look at it. Take a look at that. Let's go to the big screen. And look at the top left corner. In the top left corner, you got a pyramid. But the pyramid is casting a reflection on these waters beneath it. I don't know if the collage is too cluttered. I don't know if maybe if you're looking at a cell phone, if you can see what I'm talking about. But if you guys can see the pyramid in the top left corner with the puddle of water beneath it making a reflection, if you can see that, drop a 1 real quick. Drop a 1 if you can see this top left corner of this pyramid casting a reflection, because I can blow it up if it's too small on the mobile phone. It's a lot going on in this collage. And before I go in, I just want to make sure y'all can see it with the screen like this, because if not, I can adjust it. Okay, she said, looks good, fam. Okay, I'm going to keep going in. All right, so it says right here in the movie Us, the lower version lives in the underground and it mirrors the movements of the upper version. And if you look at this, what I'm showing you, you see why, right? If there was a version of me climbing the top of the pyramid, then there would also be a lower version of me falling down. You get what I'm saying? You're in the middle where the ground meets the water, starting your journey. And because of these are opposite universes, like when a cell split, this is a paradox. Everything you do in one universe, the opposite is true in another universe. So in one universe, you jumping up. In another universe, you sitting down. And because all of these universes are connected in a network and the paradox will continue, you can never die. Because for every action you take in one universe, it's opposite in another universe. So therefore, when you die in this universe, you will always live in another universe based on this law of polarity. Now, check this out, right? The reason in the movie Us, the lower version that show up is mirroring. If you ever go watch that movie, see, I didn't understand this when I watched the movie Us. I didn't understand, like, okay, how come every time the original version make an action, the little evil version mimic the action, but it don't mimic it the same way it does its evil interpretation of the action. If you ever saw the movie Us, and when you first watched it, that concept kind of threw you for a loop, but you didn't pay no attention, drop a 1, see who was like me. I wasn't that woke yet. And it lets you know the people in Hollywood, yo, they woker than us, fam. Humble yourself. These people in Hollywood woker than us. Some of them been here before. They've been in and out this game. Some of them got deals with the machines, and some of them will speak to you esoterically. But the reason your lower version is mimicking the actions of the higher version is because we live in a mirrorverse. It's a paradox. So in the mirror, you raise your right hand. Excuse me. In reality, you raise your right hand, but in the mirror, it's your left hand. The mirror gonna give a false representation of the real world because it's gonna invert the real world. And that's basically what the papacy, what the Vatican, what the world stage is. The world stage is the Eden inverted. So when you following the world script, right? When you operating out of instinct, fear, and all that stuff, right? You're feeding your us version, your evil version, the one that's tethered and control is part of the network. It don't have a mind of its own. It's your original version, it's sovereign. But just like in the movie Us, your fake version is owned by the corporation. It's responding to a signal, and it's tethered together in a hive mind of other dummies that ain't sovereign. And you got to battle that version of yourself because it want to go with the crowd. But you got to wake up at this time. And that's what this battle is in the movie Us. Because it's talking about who? Us. It's about us, man. Jordan Peele is teaching y'all some deep stuff. Okay? So, the version of you that's being quiet, being still, and free thinking, it's another version of you that's loud as hell, keep talking about what's happening in the news, and it ain't free thinking. It's dealing with the literal propaganda on a surface level. And both of them versions exist in you. I know they do because I'm a deep thinker and they exist in me too. In fact, I got an entire other channel that's dedicated for me dealing with the surface level rat race fight or flight shit. And I got another channel where I'm operating in the right brain. So I got 2 different YouTube channels to represent both of my halves because I told you, you ain't one person. And when I go to my other channel, people be like, man, Sanchez, why you even dealing with this stuff? Because you deeper than this. But the me who they talking to ain't the nigga who they calling Bro Sanchez, dude. I'm shifting my consciousness. And I'm dealing with the lower activity to raise people out of it gradually. I got to tap into that version of me, my tethered version, my rat race version, just to relate to family. Just to relate to friends, to even pull them up to my Eden version. If you can relate to what I'm saying, drop a 1. It's a cold thing, man. It's like I'm a shapeshifter, nigga. Like I'm a damn shapeshifter, bro. I'm not regular. I'm 2 different motherfuckers. I can't be just one dude. Because if I was just always my Eden version, I couldn't even function in the matrix. You think you divided now. Sometimes you gotta shift your consciousness to your instinctive version just to blend in. You better hide that shit. You know? So it ain't like I don't switch between my two versions, because I can't even communicate with certain people if I don't switch. Certain people only know my instinctive version. And if I don't shift my consciousness to this, I don't even have a relationship with those people. So just for the sake of maintaining relationships with family and friends, I still hold on to my instinctive version, hoping I can pull them up to my level. But at the same time, I know that the version of myself that they love is gonna die one day, because I've already made my choice and the split is taking place. The split is inevitable. And so it's a sad thing knowing that I can commune with y'all, I can operate on y'all frequency, but I'm not going to be doing it for long. You only got me for a little while because this shift is taking place. And the more I expand my higher version, the more I'm going to separate from everybody who want me to be my lower version. So it's good while it's good now, but you know, and right now I'm able to do that. But as I grow, I won't be able to do that. Okay. So enjoy everything for the moment. So as a metaphor, Jordan Peele's film captures the unsettling idea that humanity may have two parallel versions of itself existing at one. One version lives on the surface of awareness, capable of creativity, empathy, and conscious choice. The other version, it exists in a more mechanical state, reacting instinctively and moving as part of a larger collective hive mind pattern. In the context of the world we live in today, it is easy to see how the shadow version of humanity can take shape. When people operate primarily through fear, constant reaction, and emotional manipulation, they begin to behave almost automatically. Their thoughts mirror the narratives that's fed to them. Their reactions follow predictable patterns, and their identity becomes intertwined with the collective mood of the moment. In this state, individuality fades and the hive mind grows stronger. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Okay, so, but the existence of this shadow self does not mean humanity is doomed to it. Just as the characters in Us confront the disturbing reality of their doubles, people today are increasingly becoming aware of the difference between a reactive self and the conscious self. The moment that awareness appears, the individual gains the ability to choose which version of themselves they will embody. In that sense, the splitting, oh, sorry, hold on. Let me move my mouse. I got a ghetto setup, but it's working and we getting it in. Hold on. I got to keep moving my equipment from the desk to the stand-up area, but y'all don't mind. All right, there we go. Now, let me see. Let's change the screen. Oh, man. Let me just turn this modem around like this, make it easy for myself. Okay. And then the next slide is going to be right here. All right, let's go into this part now. So in that sense, right, the splitting of the cell of consciousness creates the conditions for conflict, but it also creates the possibility of awakening. The two forces within us reveal the tension between the life we unconsciously perform and the life we consciously create. That is such a bar that I gotta read that again. The two forces within us reveal the tension between the life we unconsciously perform and the life we consciously create. Bro, I gotta stop right there and pull up a chair and a drink real quick. Drop me a one. Man, listen, when some bombs go down, drop my bombs, man. When them spiritual bombs come in, drop the bombs. I gotta sit down and expound on that, because that may have went over y'all head, bro. That's some deep stuff. Let me kneel down so you can see my face. Let's read that again, bro. We got the bill on that, bro. The two forces within us reveal the tension between the life we unconsciously perform. Did you hear that? Did something stick out to you? Watch this. I'm going to show you what's good. Watch this. You're going to see why I'm tripping, because it's going over your head. Watch this. And I'm going to read it again, and you're going to hear it different this time. You still didn't get the word that we just read. Eden and hell. Now watch this. Hell, right? Hell is the puppet version of you. That version of you ain't living. That version of you is puppets don't live. Puppets perform on a stage. Come on now. If you think a puppet living, you crazy. Living mean that the vital force in my body, I'm using it at will and ain't no strings attached to me. A puppet ain't alive, but a human is. Why ain't the puppet alive? The puppet moving, but the puppet ain't controlling his own actions. So that's not living, that's performing. When a person is performing, they are living a rehearsed, simulated, pre-predicted program reality. Life is not a performance. And guess what, y'all? When you operating in your lower instinctive self, you are a puppet on a stage performing, not a soul, not a God inside of a simulation living and kicking ass like Neo. Watch this, right? Let's pull up. Let's show you the difference. You ain't living when you performing. Everything you do ain't even your will. You doing what's expected of you from the forces you're seeking approval from. It's turning you to a slave that don't resemble the you, the true you. The Eden version lives. The hell version performs. Let's talk about it. The deeper question emerging from this moment in history may not be which side wins in the external conflicts of the world, but which version of ourselves humanity ultimately decides to become. Okay? And one version is like Neo in the Matrix. It realizes something ain't right about the world. This shit is all fake. And once that version of you realize the world is a stage, guess what? It stops performing. It walks off of the stage like Neo, like Enoch. It lives beyond the veil. And even though we all live in the same world, our actions ain't inspired by the same programming, because people who don't live in the right brain, they don't make intuitive actions that leads them to happiness. They make safe actions that the hive mind make that's predictable, and it gets them nowhere in circles. And that's the part of them that follows order and authority. It don't question science. It does what's safe. It say, why would they lie to us? It don't question nothing. The part of you that take risks is rewarded for those risks with liberation from the performance. And I was tired of performing. I don't know about you guys. I was fucking tired of performing. It's shitty pay, man. All of these damn puppets getting shitty pay, right? It's harder to perform than to just live out who you truly are. I'm telling you. Now check this out, right? Most people are a version of themselves that's reacting to scarcity. They've built the version of themselves, a capitalistic version. And that's the corporate version. That's the one that's performing. That version will, when the split take place, it'll go with the artificial earth versus the true you. And that's how the two is separated. You got a fake you and you got a true you. The fake you will go into the fake ass artificial transhuman earth, right? And the real you will go into what the kingdom within that Jesus was talking about. So you got the kingdom of Zion, and then you got the kingdom of heaven within. Zion is the code word for hell. That's the kingdom that they trying to establish on earth in the simulation. Zion. And we finna talk about that in a minute, because all of the people that believe in the world stage, literally, the script that's written out on the world stage is coinciding with the fake biblical history, the history in the Quran. The people that is causing all this war around the world, they are using a history that ain't even real. In other words, all of the wars that's going on, including the one with Iran right now, is a bunch of people killing each other because of biblical narratives. And the Bible ain't even a real history book. So when the colonizers took over the earth, they forged a new historical timeline. And everyone that believes in the world stage script, they're following the Zionist agenda. They ain't true Christians. They're Roman Empire invaders in their own conquest. And you can be in disagreement of the war. But if you believe in the Bible literally, guess what? The literal belief in the Bible promises Israel a new kingdom on earth. So what is the papacy? Think about what I'm about to tell you, family. I want to look you in the face and listen to me. Listen. Our people wrote the Bible. So how the hell did the colonizer force the Bible on us? If we wrote the oldest Bible in Ethiopia, if our people wrote the oldest Bibles in America, how the colonizer gonna give us our own book and make us read it when we wrote it? What was they forcing on us? They was forcing the literal interpretation. When our ancestors wrote in the Bible that the promised land is promised to the children of God, they were saying that the children who follow their higher self, the children who tap into their higher version, it was saying that when you die, right, your consciousness will shift into paradise. It wasn't talking about literal stuff. The Roman Empire, when they made us take this stuff literally, they made themselves the children of God, and they made the higher upper realm that we call Zion. They turned that into a place on earth and a kingdom that they got established on earth. So what used to be the promised land used to be, okay, when you master yourself, you go to the upper realms. That was the promised land. But when the Vatican hid all this knowledge, they turned the promised land to a bunch of land that God promised these barbarians. And when you pick up the Bible and interpret it literally, you agree with them with the literal interpretation. What the Vatican don't own the Bible. because the Bible was written by our ancestors. What the Vatican own is the literal interpretation of it, the revision. And the revision is the same story, but they just said ours, we literally believe it. And that's why if you follow the Vatican, they'll tell you it's your belief that gets you to heaven, not your works. The people that wrote the Bible, they say it don't matter what you believe, your actions gonna dictate where you go. Somebody told you the opposite. Why? Because they inverted our reality. The literal interpretation of the ancient sciences turn into the script, which is an inversion, which is the lie. They are using inversion magic against us. And if you stay with me, I'll go even deeper. Don't go nowhere. Watch this, right? Throughout history, religion has played a powerful role in shaping civilizations, right? Let me do this real quick because we need to read a minute. Hold on. All right, we finna go into Zionism. All right, here we go. Okay. Kneel down here. Man, this thing kind of high. I wish I can let it down, but we'll just kneel down like this and kind of sit back. You know what I mean? But where are we now? So the Vatican, they are the forgers, right? The Vatican they are the forgers and owners of the literal script that controls the masses. So when you hear me talking about the world stage, when the president goes swear in and put his hand on the Bible, he's saying, you have elected me to be the next puppet to carry out the script. That's why it don't matter who you elect. The Bible prophecy gonna be fulfilled. Think about that a minute. You got Democrats and Republicans. The Democrats think that the liberals gonna take us to the left. The Republicans think we gonna go to the right, but it's two wings of the same bird, because no matter who we elect, they put the yarmulke on and they become Zionists with a yarmulke on their head, kissing the Wailing Wall, doing what Israel bought our government in the 40s, y'all. They just didn't tell you. You're in the United States of Israel, and you think you're in America with the illusion of choice, the illusion of inclusion, and they make you think you're voting Democrat or Republican, but they own both parties. It don't matter who you vote for, biblical prophecy is gonna be fulfilled. So why vote? Why vote if you know that everything in the Bible gonna happen anyway and you can't vote it away? You can't vote away prophecy. Why? Because the script that they're following is the Bible. Remember now, if everyone knew that the Bible wasn't meant to be taken literally, then people will be trying to master themselves and be good people. The papacy rose to power by telling people this stuff ain't meant to be taken literally. And that meant, oh, so we don't got to follow the law? No, you don't got to, excuse me. Just the opposite, I'm tripping. Our ancestors was teaching that this stuff is not to be taken literally, and that it is represent a spiritual moral system to free our soul from the simulation. When the church took over, they said, you know what? This stuff is supposed to be taken literally. And what it represents is you believing in Jesus, which is a graven image and a blood sacrifice. And it ain't got nothing to do with self-mastery, which is why your works ain't gonna get you to heaven. Your faith is. Why they want you to have faith so much? Because they created the literal interpretation. If everyone stopped believing in the literal interpretation, we will quit consenting to build the kingdom of Zion on earth. If you read the Bible and you take the Bible literally, you think everything going on earth is God's divine will. And if you think that, guess what you're saying? God is telling these people to go take other folks' land. If you believe in the Bible literally, you believe that Israel should take over the world, because the Bible is promising Israel the promised land, which is the kingdom of Zion that they building and fighting for right now. That's the Roman Empire. Everyone is agreeing for that when we subscribe to literal world religious belief. But if everyone was woke, people will know God ain't promised you nothing. God ain't talking to nobody. The book is symbolic and it ain't even meant to be taken literally. It's telling us to become better people. And if everybody become better people, you won't even have a military, Rome, because their militaries are made out of dumb poor people who don't got the knowledge of self. And they don't got the knowledge of self because they taking these texts literally. So not only are you robbing yourself out of the knowledge that will manifest your true version, you're getting an inverted form of the truth that's making you a goon and a minion for Zionism, whether you know it or not. All of y'all are Zionists. A Zionist is a person that interpret the ancient text literally. That's it. Now, if you believe that shit literally, you agree that Israel should rule the world. But if you know that the Bible is not saying that, the Bible is saying that the promised land is to the true children of God that's following the law. And these people ain't following no law. They going around the world talking about this is the promised land that God promised us. That's the literal interpretation which supports world conquest. The original meaning meant that the promised land is given to all who got compassion in their heart. Now watch how much the earth would change if everyone knew that. No one would ignorantly support this evil agenda. But even your aunties and grandmas support this stuff. They don't know how their belief fuels Zionism. The literal belief is your consent to the kingdom of Zion being built on earth. Now, let me get back to my notes, right? So we know that the Vatican own the literal interpretation. They don't own the text because we wrote that. The fucking Bible and the text is older than the Vatican. Let me say that again. The Ethiopian Bible and others like it, which are carved in stone, are thousands of years older than the Vatican. So what was they enforcing on our people? They couldn't have been enforcing the Bible. Hell, we wrote it. How you gonna force a book on me that I'm the author of? So again, they was forcing the literal interpretation, and they inverted the truth with the literal interpretation. All right, so now the literal interpretation is bringing us to this chaotic earth. If everyone on earth right now knew that the holy text from the Quran, the Bible, the Torah ain't meant to be taken literally, then they would decode the truth from all of it, which is self-mastery. And everybody, they won't be concerned with consumer, the Hunger Games, scarcity. They would unplug from the TV and start mastering themselves. But see, the literal interpretation keeps the fight or flight version fueled. When you read the Bible through a literal interpretation, it puts you in fear. It makes you anxious. It makes you react like the people who read the book of Revelation and they act like a chicken with their head cut off. Cause I gotta save seeds and get water and apocalypse coming. And what they was talking about was you confront your own inner chaos within yourself in conflict with your own being. Like if people knew the truth, they wouldn't be scared and acting all crazy. And that version of them is the version of them that the controllers can predict and own. So the literal interpretation is literally manifesting hell on earth. It's bringing out everyone low version versus the non-literal decoding unlocks Eden. So when the president swear in on the Bible, he's saying, listen, I'm agreeing to act out the literal interpretation, and that's why people think prophecy is being fulfilled. But they're acting out script. If they don't act it out, people will stop believing in it. When they swear in on the Bible, that's their revised version that the world take literally. When the people take that literally, if the prophecy don't come true, then the whole world will stop believing it. So when the president get in office, he got to fulfill the script in the Bible. Otherwise, the whole system will fall apart. They'll say, wait a minute, this shit ain't even in prophecy. The Bible is a script that is pre-written that has an end goal to get us to a Zionist state. But we can only get there with the literal belief in it. And the literal belief takes us away from Eden. Hold on a second, people. Oh, we'll keep it moving. So let's talk about this war and what's going on and how we get to this point with the literal interpretation. This has been going on for hundreds of years, and it's basically the literal interpretation versus the non-literal interpretation. What we call in the war of good and evil, the war of truth and lies, is the war of world belief religious system and the papal programming of Zionism, which is the literal interpretation, people believing in talking snakes and all kind of stuff. And because of that, they believe God promised Israel this land. So all of the events that's taking place in the world are not a bunch of events that are a result of real history. They are events that are playing out based upon what people believe from religious books. And those books are not historical books. Imagine this. Imagine that everything we doing tomorrow is a result of what we did today. So your history dictate your future actions. And when the papacy took over, they wrote an alternate history for the world. And when they wrote that alternate history, it created an alternative series of events for our future. So there's two different timelines. That's the real history that reveals how we get to this point. And that real history will turn us against the powers that be. And it's the fake history that they wrote in the Bible and the Qurans and the literal interpretations that said we get to this point by a woman biting an apple and by y'all not doing God right. They don't tell you we get to this point by being manipulated by the Roman Empire. Our ancestors sold us out. You think they gonna tell you that? No, silly. They had to write a whole nother history when they took over the world to say we didn't gain this power by conquest. We gained it because God promised it to us. You see? Now, everyone that believed a false history is justifying the conquest. You're justifying Rome to keep expanding its empire under the guise that is God's will. But you are consenting to this false reality through a false history that they forged. And that's the history you believe in versus the history we know. Now, most of the world are not reacting to the true historical timeline. We strayed from that. That's when the split happened. That's part of the fall from Eden. Because after the fall, this new earth had to lie and tell us where the hell it came from. Think about what I'm telling you now. We didn't know evil. So the moment the split started to happen, the new earth had to forge a new history for itself and say evil entered the world because a woman bit an apple. When evil is a direct result of duality being created from a splitting of a cell. But the people that's hiding this knowledge of the cell split, of the expanding universe, because it's being pulled apart, They don't want us to know this is the nature of our reality. It's a splitting cell. It's a holographic Truman Show. And because they don't want us to know that, they have to give evil a new origin story. That now begins a new history, starting with a serpent in the garden and a woman introducing evil in the world. But that's the false history. If you knew how evil got here, like I just explained with the movie Us, when the cells start to split, you will know that evil is a result of inner chaos and inner polarizing forces within yourself that you need to master. But if somebody don't want you to know that because they want to condemn your soul, they'll hide all this from you and give you fairy tales to literally believe in. So this is how two historical timelines was created when the cells start to split. The alternative earth is a hellish world that never tells the truth to its people. Listen, if our version of ourselves in the other earth that's evil knew the truth, it'll merge with our higher self. What's keeping that version of yourself stuck in that version of earth? Because it keep believing the lie that they keep telling about who it is. It's embedded in our history. There's a version of you that they want to keep alive by believing the false historical timeline. And if you believe their version of history, it creates a reactionary fight or flight version based upon the narrative, the story they telling. It causes fear. But if you believe the true history, it makes you realize all this shit is fake, is forged, and they want me to perform. They want my performance because when I'm performing, I'm consenting to the false history, the literal interpretation, the fake me. You see what is going on? So now let's read some more. So throughout history, religion has played a powerful role in shaping civilizations, laws, cultures, and moral systems. At the same time, it has also influenced many of the conflicts that have unfolded across the world. Books such as the Bible, the Quran, and other ancient religious texts were not written as modern historical records in the way historians document events today. They are collections of spiritual teachings, prophetic visions, parables, poetry, and cultural narratives written and compiled over long periods of time by different authors. Their purpose was largely to convey spiritual ideas, moral guidance, and theological perspectives rather than to function as strictly verifiable history books. However, when these sacred narratives become tied to land, identity, and political power, they can move beyond the spiritual realm and begin shaping real-world conflicts. History shows many examples where religious interpretations helped motivate wars or justify territorial claims. The medieval crusades, for example, were fought between Christian and Muslim forces over control of Jerusalem and other holy sites. Stop right there. That's the same war we fighting today of America versus Iran. It's the same war that's been fought for years between Christians and Muslims. But the Iranian government are in cahoots with our government. This is all world stage propaganda to keep the people at the bottom divided and believing in the fake world, right? So just like they got Democrat and Republican in our nation, on a macro level, they got the Eastern world versus the Western world. And on a theological macro level, they got Christianity versus Islam. But on a national level, Christianity is divided up within itself in America between the Baptists, the Catholics. So they got division within, and they got division on a micro and division on a macro in order for this thing to work, right? The same Democratic Republican division is carried out with East world versus West world, Christians versus Muslims. But just like Democrat and Republican, the same force on all sides. It's one big game. So micro, macro, the same scam being ran in all layers to divide and conquer and to make us consent to the artificial world versus manifesting Eden. So however, when these sacred, okay, we read that. Okay. The medieval crusades, for example, were fought between Christian and Muslim forces over control of Jerusalem and other holy sites. Both sides believed they were defending sacred land connected to their religious texts. So you got people killing each other for land, right? And both forces are occupying lands that the people at the top want. So after they wipe each other out, them people just come in and take all the land. But they got those people fighting for land that they said God promised them, right? But they people was on that land before God promised it. You telling two different groups that God promised them the same land, and once they wipe each other out, you just come claim the land from both groups. They doing that in Africa right now. The Jews go to Africa and they see some land that they want, and they see that it's different tribes on that land. They will put them tribes against each other. They will instigate conflict with those tribes, and when those tribes wipe each other out, they'll come in and claim the land. They do that all the time. All of these holy wars that you see ain't nothing but the Roman Empire expanding itself. But the people who fighting in these wars at the bottom don't know that. They think, hey, I'm just an Iranian soldier dying for my country. An American soldier think the same thing. But guess what? When both sides wipe each other out, the Jews will take the land. Neither side that's fighting for that land is gonna fucking have power over it when the war is over, because this is all a Zionist agenda. So I don't give a damn if you for Iran or America. At the end of all of it, Zion is gonna win this shit. America gonna lose and Iran is gonna lose. The only winner with these conflicts to come is Zion. And I'm telling you that now, everybody losing. So check this out, right? Both of these sides believing they defending land connected to their religious texts. And why? Because they believe a literal interpretation. If these books got a concept called a promised land, and it's telling you you got to fight to get to the promised land, and the Catholic Church ain't telling you what that mean is you got to battle your own inner demons and ego to go to heaven. If people start believing that shit literally, then a new narrative is formed that God promised me some land that ain't really mine. If God promising you land, why is it already occupied by people? And the scripture is saying, in order for you to make it to the promised land, you got to fight. So when they make folks interpret that literally, they literally got different tribes killing each other, because every group is saying, my God promised me this land and told me I got to fight for it. But you're going with the literal interpretation that the papacy gave y'all, and is making you crash out versus seek inner peace. Now watch this, right? Later conflicts between empires in Europe and the Middle East were also influenced by religious identity as well as political ambition. People ain't Ain't none of these wars in the world being fought because we're reacting to real history. Everybody is operating on the history recorded in religious books when we decide to go to war. That's dangerous, bro. Because if we was reacting to real history, we would know that the fight is the power versus the people. History shows that. The Bible say respect your earthly masters. Watch this. Let's keep reading. In the modern era, similar dynamics can still be seen. The ongoing conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, for example, is deeply tied to nationalism, colonial history, and geopolitical struggles, but religious narratives play a huge role in how these groups interpret the significance of the land. Mic check, okay. The political movement known as Zionism, which developed in the late 19th century, which means that it's brand new, y'all, right? It sought to establish a Jewish homeland in the region historically associated with ancient Israel. For some supporters, biblical narratives about ancient kingdoms and covenants have been used as part of the cultural and ideological framework supporting that idea. Over time, this intersected with world politics, leading to events such as the Balfour Declaration of 1917, the establishment of the modern state of Israel in 1948, and multiple wars and conflicts that continue to shape the region today. Stop right there. What are we talking about? We're saying that the whole concept of Israel becoming a state, right? When Israel was established as a state in 1948, ever since then, there's been holy wars, y'all. You know why? When Israel established itself in 1948 in that area, it displaced people that been there. And you can't kick a can down the street and think it ain't going to end back up in your yard. These wars are going to keep going until the true people that occupy that land gets it back. But see, those people can't get their land back because these squatters, the same people that squatted on our land after Tartaria, after the Reese, these pilgrims are squatters. And when they squat on your land, they write a new history about why they should have the land. That turns into Zionism, folks. Zionism is nothing but the revised history that justify Israel to be a state and what justify them to keep going around on conquest. Zionism is the literal interpretation of the biblical text, which they revised to say God promised us everybody land. And it's gonna be conflict because people got to leave their land like, why I got to go? Well, God gave me your shit. Like, what God? What are you talking about? And there we go with conflict. And everybody on our side, we agree with the invaders because we say it's prophecy and the prophecy must be fulfilled. And when you sit up there and say the prophecy must be fulfilled, you saying Israel must become a world power. We must subscribe to the literal belief, which is what you call the fulfillment of prophecy, the Bible being acted out. And that's what the president goes on a world stage and do. He acts out the biblical script because that's the false, that has a preposed future written in it that the Zionists want for our future in the world. And they got everyone subscribing to that horrible future by saying it ain't what we want to do, it's what God wants. So people think everything manifesting is the will of God versus the will of these pilgrims, the will of these barbarians and deceivers. And that's why it's God's will to keep the rich rich and the poor You know it ain't God, the real God, because this biblical God, his will seemed to favor the evil people at the expense of the righteous. So you know you following the Antichrist with that. Okay. Now watch this, right? Okay, watch this. Okay, my bad, y'all. Let me see where we at. So when religious stories are interpreted as literal historical ownership of divine mandates, right, for territory, when religious stories are interpreted as literal historical ownership or divine mandates for territory, they can deepen divisions between groups who each believe their claim is spiritually justified. This dynamic has been seen not only in the Middle East, but throughout history in conflicts between different religious communities. These struggles are often described as holy wars, where political battles become infused with the belief that one side is carrying out a sacred mission. For billions of people, religious texts provide meaning, moral guidance, and cultural identity, but it also highlights an important reality. When symbolic or theological writings are treated as political blueprints for controlling land and power, they can contribute to divisions that last for generations. That's intentional. Because everyone is basically saying, we're carrying out the will of God, and your religious text is basically the will of the powers that be. Your slave masters want all of your sheeple to do, generation out the nets. But you wouldn't do it if you knew your enemy wanted you to do it. So they say it's God's will, and we are like, we act out the script. We participate in the script, and the end goal is Zionism. So understanding all of this helps explain why many modern conflicts cannot be viewed purely through the lens of politics or economics. They are often shaped by centuries of narratives, interpretations. Literal interpretations, and identities that originated in sacred texts and traditions. Recognizing the difference between spiritual teachings and historical documentation can open the door to more honest conversations about how these beliefs influence the conflicts we still see unfolding in the world today. Across history, sacred texts have always carried two very different ways of being understood. One approach reads them literally as direct descriptions of historical events and divine commands about land, power, and destiny. The other approach reads them symbolically as encoded spiritual teachings about the human condition, consciousness, morality, and the inner transformation of the individual. The path humanity takes often depends on which of these interpretations becomes dominant in society. And we see what a world at today. The world we manifest in today is due to the literal interpretation, right? And that's why they pushing for that. So when religious texts are interpreted strictly and literally, they can easily become tools of political identity, control, and territorial justification. If a story about an ancient kingdom or a promised land is understood as a permanent political claim rather than a symbolic narrative, it can be used to justify modern movements seeking control over land and influence. This is where ideology can merge with religion. Movements like Zionism, for example, develop within a modern political context, but some interpretations of biblical narratives about ancient Israel have been used to reinforce the idea that certain territories are divinely promised or historically destined for a particular people. Okay? When religious prophecy and political ambition merge, they can create a powerful framework that motivates nations, policies, and even wars. Throughout history, this dynamic has appeared repeatedly. The Crusades were fueled by the belief that sacred land must be reclaimed for God. European empires often justified expansion and conquest by claiming a divine mission. Don't you know everyone's divine mission toward the sacred land? The divine mission is mastering your own self, and the divine sacred land is the upper realm. See, what the papacy did, it deleted our true spirituality and gave us one that it can control us with. It inverted our system. And what was once a system of sovereignty created a puppet version of you that can be controlled by the papacy. You see, and that's the one that performs the script. It's the script, the reaction base. It aligns itself with those on a world stage. It participates in a big divine act or a divine comedy, as Dante called it. But your lower self it's just like another actor on a stage with the controllers. And that is your name in all caps. That's your straw man. That's your shadow version. So they can control that version of you. Right? So throughout history, okay, so even modern geopolitical alliances sometimes draw energy from prophetic interpretations about the end times or the role of certain nations in biblical destiny. Excuse me. In these cases, a literal reading of sacred texts transforms spiritual stories into geopolitical mandates. But there is another way these texts have been understood by mystics, philosophers, and spiritual teachers throughout history. Many ancient traditions believe that sacred writings were not primarily about external kingdoms or political empires, but about the inner development of the human being. In this interpretation, the wars described in scripture are symbolic of inner conflict. The promised lands represent higher states of consciousness, and the enemies described in the stories reflect the lower aspects of human nature, such as greed, fear, ego, and ignorance. Let's stop right here and see if the people still with me. Let me get some bombs and some wands, man. I haven't interacted with the people. Talk to me. I like interaction. Talk to you, boy. Y'all with me? You woke? Wake up. You lucky I ain't got my sound effects. I'll be dropping bombs. Wake up bombs. Let me get some bombs, man. Let me get some wands. I'm about to hit my little pipe. It's about that time. We've been going strong, man. We got a mission and we ain't gonna stop till we complete it. No, you know, I got a bunch of notes to read and I'm gonna read them all, okay? We're gonna keep this thing going. We're going to keep it going. Let me pin on my little mic real quick. I want to pin my microphone on my shirt now. Mic check. If y'all can hear the mic while it's on my shirt, drop another one. My bad, y'all. Let me get a mic check. I just pinned the mic on my shirt and I just want to know if it sounds okay right here, if we good. Okay, it's good. We good. Here we go. Give me a minute. I'm finna start back. All right, they said we good. I'm just getting me a little something to drink here. Hold on. Woo. It's a lot of reading today. It is best to be thorough. So Okay, so under this lens, the purpose of spiritual texts is not conquest, but transformation. What we're supposed to be conquesting is the story of conquest is you on a journey to slay all of your lowest qualities. The concept of being on conquest and conquering your lower versions, it activates new areas that you can rise to mentally. What's keeping us trapped out of these higher realities is our lower frequencies. So conquest is about going around the world, which is within you, talking about your inner world, and slaying all of the things that's keeping you from operating on a high level. And that's why it's saying that after you defeat all your enemies, the promised land will be there. But it ain't meant to be taken literally. When you take it literally, it creates a world of conquest, and the kingdom of Zion is being established. And when you take it non-literally, it creates heaven, where we all establish a sovereignty where Tartaria is being established, basically. Now, under this lens, the purpose of the spiritual text is not conquest, but transformation. Instead of instructing people to fight external enemies, they challenge individuals to confront their inner divisions and cultivate wisdom, compassion, and self-mastery. The battlefield becomes internal rather than geographical. The kingdom becomes a state of awareness rather than a territory on a map. Somebody sent the donation in and I didn't read it. Let me go back and read that. Let's give a shout out to Rogue Knowledge. Appreciate the work, much love. We need to bring back hippie culture. I read that. Shout out to you, Galactic Virgo. And to Key Norfolk, what's good, Key Norfolk? Talk that ish, bro. Demon Slayer, Flat Power, 100. You know it. Shout out to my bro, Key. Appreciate everyone that helped us reach our goal. We didn't reach it. We 4 or 10. But it ain't too late. If you enjoying yourself here, support the show. If you enjoying yourself, support the show. We're going to keep it rolling. We asking right now at this time for a donation of $2. And this ain't me begging. This is me saying, listen, there's a lot more information I got to read, and I'm going to read it all. But I know that people want me to open up the call lines. So what I'm saying is, let's extend the show. Send in your donation, super chat, cash app. Let's extend the show for callers. All right, let's keep this thing going. So the battlefield is internal. It's not geographical, people. And they want us to ignore the inner battle by focusing on the outer battle and say everything wrong with the world is because of the Democrats or the Republicans. Everybody right now, you got different political agendas being pushed, but they all based upon blaming some administration, when really the problem is humanity is really us. We're not living up to our great potential because we running on the script. We performing. We ain't tired of perform. It's easy to perform versus live. That's sovereignty requires responsibility. Let me give a shout out to Hydrogen, Isaac Frimpong. Let's give a shout out to Galactic Virgo, Guala Gang Media. Let's give a shout out to my brother Dreezy Dre, Awakening Minds. Let's give a shout out to all these brothers and sisters. We appreciate the show extension donations. We asked for $2, but they sent in more than that, man. That's awesome. So we don't want to hurt y'all. If everyone support the show, we can extend it. But let me stay on track and keep giving you the information. Let me shout out to 11 Eons and a shout out to D. Allen Warren. Appreciate the love, brothers and sisters. So check this out, right? The battlefield is an internal, excuse me, the battlefield is internal rather than geographical. And the kingdom, right? This kingdom that's promised to the children of God is the king. This kingdom, we should look at it as a state of awareness rather than a territory on a map, right? Because the reason this is important, the promised kingdom is a mindset. It ain't a geographic location. Now, what do I mean by that? You can put us in any geographic location and it ain't going to be a beautiful, pristine place. It's going to be bombs, violence, gangbanging, drug addicts, all the bull crap we don't like. It's because there is no geographic place we can run to and escape that. That's us. That's us. We're running from ourselves. You can take all of us and put us in a beautiful environment. We'll still manifest the same hellhole. Because until we transform internally, we will build the same environments externally. Our external environments are a reflection of our internal environment. So the kingdom of heaven ain't a place that we can just go to and everything gonna be all right. Because all the problems we facing are our own dumb actions that we refusing to correct. And no matter where we go, it's gonna be chaos until we go within. That's why Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. That ain't a geographic location. That's a state of being that collectively, when we get on that state of being, it don't matter where you go, you're going to be in paradise. Because you're going to be bumping into another human that's vibrating on that level. Heaven is a vibration, not a place. And we can manifest heaven anywhere when we tune into that vibration. So the difference in interpretation has profound consequences, for the world we create, right? It's all based in how we interpret it. When we do the literal interpretation, we created the inverted earth, which is the flip side, the backwards ass underworld where people manifest in a version of themselves that believe in fairy tales and scarcity. They have an appeal to authority. Let's give a shout out to my brother Dreezy Dre Awakening Minds, Flat Power, bro. And then a shout out to Chill Will, Flat Power, my brother. And a shout out to Key Norfolk once again. Much love and respect. And shout out to Erica. Appreciate you, Erica. Appreciate y'all for the show extenders. Shout out to Nature Nick. Nature Nick says, I just want you to know your work travels further than you probably see. I share your videos with one person, they pass it on, and it keeps branching out. Your efforts don't go unnoticed, bro Sanchez. Man, y'all really touching me now. I ain't even capping though. I got like that right there I needed to hear. Because I do get discouraged when you put in this much of work and that's why I have to quit comparing myself and realize I'm in my own lane and my thing gonna come on its own time. But I appreciate y'all encouraging me along the way. I'm still a human like y'all. So I appreciate the donations. I encourage y'all to keep them coming. We're gonna extend the show and let's keep reading here. It says that right? Because this difference in interpretation is what manifests either or, which version of ourself and earth we shift our reality to. So this difference in interpretation has profound consequences for the world we create. When people embrace a literal reading that emphasizes chosen tribes, sacred territory, and divine entitlement, it can reinforce division between groups and feed narratives of conflict. Nations and movements begin to see themselves as fulfilling prophetic roles, and political struggles can take on a spiritual intensity that makes compromise difficult. But when the same texts are approached as symbolic guides for personal awakening, the focus shifts inward. Instead of seeking to conquer land, individuals seek to conquer their own ignorance and fear. Instead of defining themselves against enemies, they begin to recognize the shared humanity that connects all people, right? Instead of always looking for an enemy outside of you to blame on why your reality ain't where you think it should be, you start to looking at the enemy within you, the stuff you doing that's keeping you from getting there. And they don't want all us doing that. So they rather black people shift our energy toward illegal immigrants or shift it. You know what? If they get all of the illegal immigrants out of here, then they'll shift it towards something else, right? It'll always be some other than them. Because when we shift our attention to them, we shift it right back to us. Because guess what? We realize how they're in power. They're in power by me doing what? Performing, not thinking, not free thinking. They don't want us to shift our energy to them because it shifts right back to us, because them being in power is a result of us not living up to our potential. So they rather us blame each other and keep fighting with each other, because that ain't even the problem. We ain't the problem. You know, the problem is them selling us the literal interpretation and us taking that and performing, manifesting our lower version that keep saying that they ain't the enemy, right? Excuse me, like we ain't the enemy. Christians versus Muslims, like the war that's being fought now, Iran versus America. Them soldiers dying, they think that they the enemy. The Iranian soldiers think Americans the enemy and vice versa. But that's because they going with the literal script. They performing. And when you perform, you put your American uniform on and you go die. It's a fake. Everything that's inspiring their actions is fake. But the end goal is real. Death, man. So like, everybody stopped performing when we realized life is scripted. Shout out to Uptown Stud. Thank you, Uptown. Shout out to D Avant-Garde and Occult Comrade. Appreciate the love, everybody. We appreciate this. We definitely going to be opening up those lines, and we're going to allow callers to call in one at a time. We got to do one at a time out of respect for all callers. People are donating to extend the show, and I want to be able to let their voice be heard with no interruptions. So we're going to respect each caller and give you your own call-in time with nobody else on the line, because people are sponsoring this call-in session, and people need to get what they paid for. So hold up a second and we'll continue. So, where was I right here, y'all? We knocking this out, man. Okay, so in many ways, the world conflicts we see today can be understood as reflections of which version of consciousness humanity chooses to manifest. Let that sink in. One version of ourselves is shaped by scarcity, tribal identity, and the belief that power must be seized and defended. The other version is rooted in self-awareness, inner discipline, and the understanding that the greatest transformation begins within the individual, not outside, not seeking outside gains. The world stage constantly amplifies the first version, with media narratives, political rhetoric, and historical grievances. It keeps people reacting, choosing sides, and defending identities, but the deeper spiritual traditions embedded within many sacred texts points toward the second path, a journey of questioning, reflection, and decoding deeper meaning rather than accepting surface interpretations. In that sense, the real choice humanity faces is not simply between different religions or nations. It is between two ways of understanding the stories that have shaped civilization. One interpretation turns them into blueprints for division and conquest. The other transforms them into maps for inner awakening and peace. And whichever interpretation humanity collectively embraces will shape the future that unfolds on Earth. So this is like deep stuff, right? Hold on a minute. We at a point now. Hold up, y'all. All right, so with everything I just said, right? With everything I just said, it's important to know what the United States is. Now watch this. There is no such thing as the United States. What we are is the military force for the Roman Empire and the Zionist agenda. It ain't America. And you can see that that's exactly the role we're playing on the world stage. And one thing you need to know what America really is. So what we call the agenda of Zionism, it's perpetuated by those who forge the fake history and perpetuate the fake history. We just went over that. But it ain't free, meaning that the agenda of Zionism has to be fueled and funded. Because the people that is in power, they don't use their own money for nothing. They use your money for everything. So how is the agenda of Zionism funded? Well, that goes into America and Israel's relation. Israel is basically using us like a sugar daddy. All you need to know is that America is nothing but a backer, a financial backer for Israel. That's it. If you want to know what the United States of America's entire purpose is as a country, is to generate income to fund the Zionist agenda. That's it. That's your only existence. Every day Americans wake up, everything you do in our nation is to get us toward this agenda. So if you thinking you working hard to build a better America, you're fucking funny. You're hilarious. You sad. Everything we do in America is to contribute to the Zionist agenda, and that ain't got nothing to do with none of us, y'all. That ain't got nothing to do with you, bro. Only thing it got to do with you is you just knowing you're going to be at the bottom of that Zion, at the kingdom of Zion. Your ass going to be at the bottom of it. That's what you need to know now. You going to sacrifice the most building it, but once it's established, you're going to be at the bottom. And black folks, you ought to know that shit yourself, black folks. The people that's dying in these wars, their kids ain't gonna be at the top of society in the territories that they fighting to take over. These soldiers that's dying so that Israel can take over these territories, they're thinking they're fighting for their country to get better. And that what they're doing is gonna make shit better for their future generations. But they're fucking wrong. It's just gonna make stuff better for Israel, and they children ain't fighting in no damn wars. They just sit back and let you die, and when it's over with, they come claim the land for themselves. They've been doing that for years and we still falling for it. Let me get back on track, man. So the USA ain't nothing but a cash cow for Rome. Israel owns the left and the right. They two wings of the same bird, which is why I put that post up earlier and I'll put it up again. Let's put this back up, man. You say that they two wings of the same bird, Sanchez. Prove it. Okay. Sanchez, you said they two wings of the same bird. Give us something. I got you. Watch this. Watch this. Let's do this. Watch this. So Donald Trump put this out. This was years ago. People, this was in 2013. That's ancient, damn near, on a geopolitical atmosphere, because stuff change all the time. Read that post, man. Read that, y'all. Let that sink in, and I'm going to tell you what it proves. Let me get my whiteboard back up here with the window share. There it is. That's better. Read that, people. What this proves, Sanchez? Sanchez, what is this supposed to prove, man? Well, what this proves is that Donald Trump knew about the Iranian agenda in 2013. Ain't nothing randomly happened. Everything is scripted. Read this right here, man. I'm going to leave this up here. Let me crop this and blow this up for y'all. This is kind of important. You feel me? Because shit don't age well when you're a liar. Look at here. Trump put this post out in 2013. It says, remember that I predicted a long time ago that Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly. Donald Trump was prophesying, making a prediction, and it came true, except it wasn't Obama, it was him. But what does this prove? Trump wasn't making a prediction. Trump know that the world script is written out years in advance. If he brought this thing up in 2013, he knew what was going to happen right here in 2026 during the planetary alignment and the blood moon eclipse. These folks don't get up every day living randomly like your ass do. They got all of their actions planned out for the next 20 years. Why? Because they're puppets. They're performing. They're not living. Listen to me, man. Let me tell y'all something. The people in power on the world stage, everything they do every day is written out, and they can't break the script. Do you know how much of a slave that is, bro? They are a slave to the beast, bro. And the beast is the fact that artificial intelligence rule the world. Artificial intelligence already wrote out a series of events that need to take place on the world stage to get us to the Zionist agenda. And if everybody act their script out, we'll look up and be in Zion. But if someone get off cold or break script, then all of the prophecy falls apart. The whole shit falls apart. This ain't a game. When a president swear in on the Bible, they cannot stray from the script. It's before they swear in, because here go Trump in 2013 telling you the script before he acted it out. And Trump knew, if I don't act this shit out, Obama is. Because the same shit he said Obama was going to do, he did it. And what did I tell y'all? It don't matter who you vote for. They all know the same script. And Trump knew, okay, when he was saying this shit about Obama, it ain't because he thought that Obama was an evil person. It's because Trump know both parties are fucking controlled by Israel. And Trump knows, okay, if Obama get in office, he's gonna have to act this part of the script out. But Obama didn't get in office. Trump got in office. So Trump had to act out the same script that he prophesied Obama would act out, because I told y'all presidents change, but policy don't. It don't matter who in that seat, they gonna put the yarmulke on and act out the biblical script. Trump know that. So it looked like, okay, Trump's such a genius. He's prophesying that Obama gonna go to war with Iran in the future. He ain't no damn prophet. He's a false prophet. And the Bible told you it's going to be false prophets like him. The false prophets know the script and act like they getting a damn divine download. This is what Obama gonna do. Shut your fake ass up when you know the script with your false prophet ass. Trying to act like you a real Mayan. Right? So the Mayan really had the gift. These niggas just sold out so they know what's going to happen. And they try that, oh, I'm getting my prophet. You damn false prophet, fall back. Of course you puppets know what's going to happen next. You rehearse this play. You ain't no true prophet. You know the script because you a damn puppet. Now let me go into this right here. So watch this, right? In early 2026, the United States and Israel were deeply engaged in military operations against Iranian targets, making one of the most significant escalations in the U.S. Middle East involvement in years. President Trump authorized major strikes against Iranian military infrastructure, part of what critics describe as a broader alignment with Israeli strategic goals in the region. Trump has claimed that U.S. action is designed to counter Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities, though the actual threat posed by Tehran's program remains disputed among analysts. Come on now, we know how this shit go. We know how it go. Now peep game, right? One major component of this geopolitical landscape is the ongoing U.S. provision of military aid to Israel. Historically, Israel has been the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. foreign aid going back decades. The United States has provided tens of billions of dollars in military assistance and arms sales to Israel. By some estimates, that figure reaches over 150 billion cumulatively, right? Since the Gaza war began in October 2023, U.S. military aid to Israel has continued on a substantial scale. A 2025 report by Brown's University Watson School of International and Public Affairs found that the United States provided at least $21.7 billion in direct military assistance to Israel between 2023 and September 2025, spanning both the Biden and Trump periods of office. Come on, people. Critics note that this level of support has enabled Israel's sustained military operations. See, Israel is like put it this way, right? You got the real history and the fake history. Israel is the main army that's acting out the script on this battlefield of Armageddon to keep this holy war perpetuated, right? They're the driving force. So they're very important to the world subscribing to the false historical timeline that I was telling you about. And that's why America is going to follow Israel to hell and fund Israel in whatever it does, because we have been promised a seat in the new kingdom of Zion. And the thing about why Israel is more powerful than America is because Israel is a theocratic authority. In other words, why do your presidents go to the Wailing Wall and kiss it? Why do they put a yarmulke on their head? It ain't about money, right? Israel don't have more money than America. It's because everything Israel got, we gave it to them. So what is Israel exactly? Why do the most of American money go to Israel in this agenda? Well, Israel is an excuse to extract wealth from a country. For example, when the Roman Catholic Church come take over your land and they give you the literal interpretation of the Bible, your people now start believing in Zionism. And when they start believing in the Zionist agenda, their government's resources have to buy into it when they get conquered. That's why we're in the position we're in. When our land got conquered and we subscribed to the papal programming and the literal interpretation of the Bible, then all of our resources were redirected to fund the holy war, right? Once our ancestors integrated into the papacy and adopted the literal interpretation, you are now charged to fund the holy war. So any land that get conquered, all of your resources will go to Israel in the future. Your children will suffer while your country just opened up the bank for Israel, because that's part of the scam. That's the transferal of the wealth right there, based on your damn belief right there. See, we think that these beliefs are just innocent and harmful. No, buddy. Our belief in this shit has cost us everything we had, man. Now let me keep on reading. So, where we at, man? Under the Trump administration specifically, nearly $12 billion in major foreign military sales, right, to Israel was approved. And this was early in his term, including expedited packages and emergency military assistance. This was presented by U.S. officials as a continuation and in some cases expansion of long-standing U.S. commitments, though critics argue it underscores how deeply intertwined U.S. and Israeli strategic interests are. This level of support is sometimes criticized domestically for appearing to benefit Israeli security priorities more directly than clear U.S. natural interests. That's just a big old fact. We got a fentanyl crisis, a homeless crisis right now, an employment crisis right now, a depression crisis in the youth, a gang crisis. We got so many national problems right now that for us to be doing what we doing for Israel, even though it just doesn't benefit Americans, bro. It don't benefit no American for Israel to expand the kingdom of Zion. You think Israel gonna give you some sort of key position in this new thing it's building? No. This is not a national agenda. It's a private private agenda between those in power. It has nothing to do with you. What you're suffering from is the illusion of inclusion, thinking that these series of events on a world stage will benefit you somehow. That's a tragedy. That's how you know the programming worked on you. So, for example, critics argue that aiding a close ally's operations may draw the United States deeper into regional conflicts, such as the confrontation with Iran, even when many Americans oppose another Middle Eastern war. Trump's act, and just think about that, right? If you interview all the Americans in a nation right now and ask them, do we want to go to war? They'll say, no, we don't really want to go to another war in the Middle East, man. We just got out of one that drug on for decades. We exhausted. Our economy is suffering. We can't afford a World War III with the East right now. We trying to rebuild America, right? Make America great again. That means withdraw and focus on national interest. And at this time is when we want to go all out for Israel. It's stupid. It's the opposite of what they claiming we supposed to be doing right now, which is restoring the greatness of America for Americans. But Trump's actions have drawn scrutiny, right? When compared with his earlier campaigns. In previous election cycles, Trump often criticized U.S. military intervention abroad, pledging a focus on domestic priorities rather than endless wars. He said that. Many observers note a contrast between those pledges and his decisions to support or align with major military operations in the Middle East, particularly with Britain, France, and other NATO members push back against deeper American engagement. Another point of political controversy is Project 2025. We can't forget about that. A policy blueprint prepared by the Heritage Foundation, right? And it outlines conservative governance strategies for a potential future Trump administration. Project 2025 includes detailed plans for restructuring federal agencies, strengthening executive control, and guiding personnel choices across the government. What does that mean? Creating a more Israel-friendly infrastructure so that we can do even more for Israel than what we already doing. Because we can do more for Israel if there wasn't so many people in these government agencies that are anti-Semitic and pushing for America over everybody else. So we're seeing a change in these different agencies where Trump is putting more Israeli-friendly people in these positions, because all of this talk about putting Americans before Israel got to stop, because those in power has sold us out to Israel, and they're going to give some of that money to the people that they replacing in these positions so that they can quit with all this put American first propaganda, right? That's all it is. While Trump has publicly distanced himself from the document at times, saying he has not read the Project 2025 policy, right? Claiming limited direct involvement. Many of its authors and contributors are longtime Trump allies, and several of its policy recommendations align closely with Trump-era priorities. So, public debate about U.S. foreign and domestic policy reflects broader tensions in American political life. Some critics portray both major parties as aligned with entrenched foreign policy and defense interests that favor close ties with strategic allies like Israel. Others see those alliances as necessary to protect U.S. interests. Them the dumbasses. And they see these other people see this as necessary to maintain stability in a volatile region. What is clear from the publicly available record is that U.S. policy decisions, from massive aid packages to strategic alignment with Israel, are shaped by complex webs of historical agreements, geopolitical calculations, and domestic political forces, not simple allegiance to any single foreign government. And that's a problem, because when you put a president in office and they supposed to pledge their allegiance to the people, not to a foreign government, and have interests of a foreign nation before the people you pledged allegiance to. That's amazing. The moment the president put his hand on the Bible and swear in, he's telling all the people who voted him there, I'm not carrying out y'all will. I'm carrying out the will of God. And God's will ain't in alignment with American people's will, because American people want the country to be great again, but God's will is to cater to Israel and to build Zion. So that's why the people never get what we want, because why? Prophecy being fulfilled, baby. God getting what he want. Ain't that's what you religious people want? If y'all woke up and prophecy wasn't being fulfilled, y'all'll be scared, even though it's prophesied that most of the world going to hell. Ain't that's a damn shame? If these folks woke up tomorrow and the puppets on the world stage weren't acting out the biblical script, they'll lose their mind, even though the end of the Bible end with everybody perishing. Tell me that ain't some programming, bro.